Beneath the surface, where the sun abandons its reach, and the weight of silence begins to hum, the sea holds its secrets close, between pressure and pressureless thought, between coordinates left to rust in salt, and whispers that drift without direction. Something waits. Not alive in the way we understand life, not dead in the way we mourn it, just there, submerged, watching. But before we begin, tell me, where are you listening from? What time is it there? Somewhere between those two questions, the descent begins, not one of falling, but of dissolving. The salt bleeds into the ears of submariners. The dials stop responding, not because they're broken, but because they're listening too. There are shapes below, half born in the sonar static. There are lights that flicker with intent, not biology. The abyss is not empty, it's preoccupied. And those who returned from its domain often came back unsure if they ever truly resurfaced. In the winter of 1893, aboard the HMS Wellspring, a deep-sea trawler converted for early oceanographic surveying, a set of cylindrical shadows began trailing the vessel off the coast of Greenland. The fog had settled so thick that stars couldn't puncture it, and the moon refused to rise altogether. The first mate, Whitlock, reported movement on the sonar device recently acquired from an Austrian inventor, an experimental piece with inconsistent readings. According to the arcs it traced on the parchment rolls, there were multiple objects traveling at equal speed, precisely matching the Wellspring's heading, but maintaining a fixed depth of 800 fathoms. Not fish, not submarines. Those were still speculative instruments then. These moved too uniformly. When the vessel changed course, so did they, adjusting in real time with unnatural synchrony. No propulsion was visible, just presence. For 3 nights they lingered, until, without a trace or ripple, the sea stilled, and the sonar went blank. Captain Eustace Rooke, a veteran of the Royal Navy, with decades beneath his keel, logged the occurrence with dry practicality. Mirrored mass activity beneath hull. No known vessel profile. Suspect marine anomaly. But the crew spoke differently, exchanging whispers about how the pressure within the ship seemed off, like the hull was being listened to, not watched, not followed, listened to. They described dreams during those nights, recurring across cabins, dreams of being underwater in open space, staring up at their own ship from below, held in place by forces like cold, intelligent vines. When the ship docked at Reykjavik for resupply, Rooke requested immediate repairs to the hull. Despite no structural damage, an assistant engineer found dozens of rustless indentations just beneath the waterline, smooth, as if pressed by an array of perfectly spherical objects. No one knew what to make of them. No one tried to. The logs were sealed and buried. The only known surviving chart of the Wellspring's 1893 sonar trail was rediscovered in 1937 in a private collection belonging to Dr. Elise Burnham, a deep-sea bioacoustic specialist. The original notes were water-stained, faint, but traceable. When Burnham laid a transparency of a whale's call waveform over the sonar shapes, the contours matched, almost too perfectly, except these were rigid, angular, mechanical in repetition. The sounds beneath the Wellspring weren't marine cries, they were patterned pulses, calculations perhaps, communications. She noted that certain tone clusters lined up with pressure spikes, historically documented in mesopelagic regions. Burnham vanished at sea in 1939, during an independent survey mission in the Greenland Basin. Her last wireless transmission was not a distress call, it simply said, "The tones are now above us." After that, silence. Among the less circulated naval records of the late 19th century lies a report filed under Obscured Encounters. It recounts a secondary vessel, the Helia, dispatched in March 1893 to locate and relay communication to the Wellspring, which had ceased telegraphic updates for 4 full days. The Helia made visual contact from a distance of 4 nautical miles, but could not establish Morse response. Through fog glass, Crewmen observed the Wellspring idling silently, its propellers still, yet anchored in no way. Closer inspection revealed the ship's lights blinking erratically, flashing in strange triadic intervals that did not correspond with any naval signal code of the time. The captain of the Helia ordered withdrawal. Hours later, the Wellspring resumed movement on its own and made port. When questioned, no crew member remembered any visit, nor any delay. All clocks on board were found to be 23 minutes fast, and none of them had been wound in days. Naval charting data from that expedition showed a singular thermal column emerging from the bathypelagic floor during the time of the incident. A narrow, concentrated jet of heat, roughly 80 meters wide, extending straight upward into the mesopelagic layer. No volcanic activity was registered in the region. The column's origin and disappearance were instantaneous. A French survey vessel in nearby waters recorded unexplained compass deflections and a humming beneath their hull, described as too orderly for nature. Marine biologists reviewing the incident, decades later, theorized it may have been a form of deep-sea vent migration, a phenomenon never replicated. Yet cryptographers reviewing the Wellspring's blink code noted its striking similarity to trinary sequences used in pre-computational cipher machines. Whatever signal pulsed in those dark waters, it was not random, it was responding. In 1948, a confidential memorandum within the Admiralty archives mentioned anomalous mimicry behavior found in archived Wellspring data. This term, coined only a year prior, described the replication of human-created rhythms by unknown oceanic signals. The mimicry was so precise, it emulated the Morse output of ship engineers, down to transmission imperfections and key stutter. Analysis suggested that whatever existed in those depths didn't merely hear the ship, it understood it, and for 3 days, it pretended to be the Wellspring, broadcasting ghost messages on a slightly offset frequency band, unnoticed by the crew. This mimic signal stopped exactly 30 seconds before the ship resumed normal transmission. The officer who decoded this discrepancy, Lieutenant Fraser Miles, reportedly resigned the same day. His last note read, "If the sea has language, then it has memory, and it remembers how we sound." Months after the incident, all Wellspring crew were medically examined for decompression sickness and psychological trauma. None presented symptoms, except one, a young deckhand, who claimed he no longer recognized his own voice. He described hearing echoes in his skull, not from his ears, but from inside his thoughts. He claimed they weren't memories, but responses. When asked what they said, he wept and replied, "It was my voice." But it didn't want to surface. His condition worsened. He would stop speaking for hours, only to suddenly mutter complex navigation coordinates to nowhere. He died in his sleep 2 years later, lungs unexplainably filled with brine, despite having never been near the water again. His gravestone reads, "He heard what shouldn't echo." The Royal Society quietly banned further analysis of the Wellspring incident, citing irreconcilable data contamination. None of the crew spoke of it again, but the tones still archived, never stopped repeating. A Russian icebreaker stumbled upon a fragment of the Wellspring's outer hull in 1921, embedded in a glacier near Franz Josef Land. Curiously, the metal bore no rust. Its interior plating had melted inward, as if subjected to precise and localized heat, impossible in such frozen conditions. More chilling was the residue, a faint calcified slime that tested negative for all known marine biology. Under microscopic study, the substance pulsed in slow rhythm, neither organic nor inert. Soviet analysts classified the fragment, sealed it, and stored it beneath Lubyanka until 1942. When German U-boats entered the Arctic, Stalin ordered a transfer of non-replicable intelligence materials south. The convoy carrying the Wellspring fragment never arrived. Radar picked up no crash, no debris was recovered, but 2 months later, fishermen off Murmansk reported seeing a strange metal slab breaching the waterline for 3 nights, glowing faintly, humming softly, then sinking without a trace. Now retracing back to late May of 1893, the Hollingsworth Deepwater Buoyancy Craft, a one-of-a-kind prototype submersible designed for prolonged submesopelagic observation, vanished during its sixth and final test. The craft was meant to hover silently just above the bathypelagic threshold, observing bioluminescent phenomena in the Atlantic's western troughs. On its last dive, tethered telemetry showed it maintaining perfect drift until 3:14 a.m., when it began to ascend without command. 4 minutes later, it stopped abruptly, suspending mid-column, and then was pulled downward at a velocity that defied the structure's design tolerances. The retrieval cable, 1.5 inches thick and titanium woven, snapped in 2 places. Both inner sheaths sheared clean, as if by an impossibly sharp edge. Weeks later, the Atlantic sent back only silence, yet one sensor pod, detached from the hull, washed ashore on a cove in West Africa. The audio it recorded was never publicly released. Those who heard it described it as breathing, but inwards, impossibly wide and never exhaling. Reports from a Norwegian survey crew in September 1893 detail a phenomenon now erased from naval histories. South of Jan Mayen, beneath clouds so thick they diffused the moon to ash, their ship, Dronning Hell, registered consistent pulses on a recently installed hydroacoustic system. At first interpreted as seismic activity, the pulses repeated every 11 seconds, each one accompanied by minute shifts in the vessel's buoyancy, as if the ocean itself were momentarily less dense. The lead engineer described the sensation as falling upward for the briefest of moments. At 2:17 a.m., the ship's compass reversed polarity without any corresponding geomagnetic disruption. Then, without warning, all systems failed, and the ship drifted, motionless, for over 5 hours. When power resumed, they found themselves 19 nautical miles off course, with no propulsion having occurred. A single word was etched crudely into the engine room's frost-covered bulkhead. Wait. No tool or human hand could have made the grooves without rupturing the wall. Aboard the Italian vessel San Gerardo, patrolling the Ligurian Sea in October 1893, several sonar-like devices, borrowed from French naval engineers, began to produce unrequested echoes. These echoes mimicked the shape and size of the San Gerardo herself, but mirrored upside down, suspended 300 meters beneath the actual ship. Over 6 hours, the reflected image did not change course, even when the ship turned. Then, the image began to ascend, slowly, unnaturally, always upside down, as if dragged from a mirror by a hand that didn't belong. When the sonar image aligned with the vessel's true depth, the crew reported severe disorientation. One officer collapsed, clutching his ears, shouting that he could feel the water looking. Afterward, the ship returned to port with all systems intact, but with 6 men missing, none reported lost overboard, none ever found. They had simply ceased to exist. The naval inquiry declared it collective mental fracture, and the incident was buried. In December 1893, an American subtrawler named Balins Watch encountered a string of hollowed-out cephalopod corpses floating in perfect vertical alignment beneath the Gulf Stream. Each specimen was drained entirely of fluid, organs collapsed inward like deflated sails, and all showed identical precision incisions at their mantle seams. Biologists aboard recorded a low-frequency hum reverberating through the ship's hull, a sound that moved threading through the corridors, like a signal looking for receivers. That night, the crew awoke to find condensation on every mirror and reflective surface aboard, coated with salt, yet untouched by open water. More chillingly, a second set of fingerprints, unmapped to anyone on board, were visible beside the smudges of the living. When the ship docked in Charleston, several crew members resigned instantly. One officer later admitted, "We weren't being followed. We were being remembered, and not by anything that forgets." The logs were redacted by the Department of Naval Anomalies in 1894. By January of 1894, whispers about the Caspian Shroud incident circulated among Imperial Russian maritime officers, though no official logs ever surfaced. The naval scout submarine VT-16, one of the earliest pressure-hardened vessels to explore the Caspian's uncharted trenches, vanished during a 9-hour dive scheduled to test its depth capacity. Initial contact with the surface remained steady until precisely 6:43 p.m., when the sub ceased all transmission without prior error. The tethered line, connected to a weighted sonar buoy, was retracted and found coiled into impossible shapes, loops bent at non-Euclidean angles, as if memory had warped the rope itself. When the surface crew dragged the sonar receiver back up, it recorded one final ping that split its copper diaphragm, yet the signal was faint, almost apologetic. It was not an impact sound. It resembled, chillingly, a spoken syllable. Linguists reviewing the analog signature later noted that it matched no known language, only that it carried the cadence of a name spoken backwards. For months after, coastal shepherds along the Caspian claimed to see distant lights beneath ice too thick for any object to swim through. They spoke of soft, rhythmic knocking in their wells. They began covering their water with blankets at night. In the spring of 1894, aboard the Japanese research steamer Kaihu Maru, tasked with charting seafloor ridges near the Bonin Trench, scientists recorded a sequence of optical anomalies, impossible to recreate. During an unusually windless night, pale, geometrically shaped glows appeared below the surface, rhomboid, triangular, and perfectly aligned to the hull's drift. The lights moved neither toward nor away from the vessel, but remained in pace beneath it, like a second, silent reflection. At 2:14 a.m., crewmen heard a hollow clang from beneath the ship, as though struck by something immense yet hollow. Divers sent below in daylight found nothing but pressure-scarred coral, unusually symmetrical in its growth, all bent toward a single unseen axis. Later, the ship's photographic plates were developed to reveal that several long-exposure images showed faint silhouettes against the glow, tall, thin configurations of uncertain material, rising from the darkness like spires or antennae. One crew member described them as buildings growing from the wrong side of gravity. He vanished 2 days later during a storm, despite being last seen asleep in his cot. His pillow remained soaked with brine. The ship's barometer read no storm in the region, but the sea had turned slightly warmer than the air. Off the coast of São Tomé, in late 1894, the Portuguese vessel Espectro Dul observed a phenomenon so precise in repetition, it challenged the very nature of randomness in ocean movement. For 12 consecutive nights, at exactly 3:33 a.m., an invisible mass would pass beneath the ship, causing it to yaw 6 degrees starboard, then settle. Crew members began timing their watches to the shift, calling it the breath of the floor. On the 13th night, the movement did not occur. Instead, at 3:33 a.m., a dense fog enveloped the vessel in under 60 seconds. Visibility dropped to less than a meter. The fog glowed faintly from within, not white, but a cold amber. All metal objects aboard began to hum, lightly vibrating. Crewmen dropped their compasses as the needles began spinning uncontrollably, pointing not north, but downward. Then came the sound, not from the air or sea, but from the hull itself, a slow, deliberate rhythm, like fingernails tapping glass. When the fog lifted 3 hours later, every watch on board was found to be set to 3:33. The captain's log described the moment simply: "We did not move, the sea turned us." No further entries followed. The vessel was decommissioned weeks later. In early 1906, a British submersible named HM Eddystone was deployed in the northern Atlantic to investigate an unusual dip in sea salinity over a trench near the Azores. What they found, or rather failed to find, has haunted hydrographers ever since. The salinity anomaly was not caused by meltwater nor volcanic disruption. It was the result of a column of water nearly 3 kilometers wide that resonated at a different frequency than the ocean surrounding it. Instruments placed into this water moved with strange resistance, as though passing through oil. From inside the column came rhythmic pulses, one every 49 seconds. These pulses made the outer hull of the sub vibrate like a struck bell. The pulses became sharper over time, almost clawing through the structure. At the height of the sequence, the pulses stopped and were replaced by a singular call, deep, resonant, impossibly wide, and hollow. It sounded like no whale, no machine. It sounded vertical. It lasted for 4 minutes. The dive was aborted. Every recording device had failed, except one, which had captured nothing but silence. But within the silence, when the tape was amplified, a background hum traced the shape of the vessel, as if drawn in sound. Later that year, a French research cruiser named L'Écume Grise encountered what they described as the reverse of an island. While navigating the Bay of Biscay, the crew spotted a black mass rising in the distance, a dome, vast and unmoving. Assuming it to be volcanic, they approached. But the mass did not break the surface. Instead, it hovered just below, repelling waves, rather than generating them. The area around it was unnaturally flat. As the ship neared, their barometric readings collapsed, showing negative pressure localized only above the dome. When they turned on the forward light array, the beams did not reflect back. They passed into the dome, which absorbed them without diffusion. A brave diver, tethered and fitted with experimental gear, descended to the surface of the dome. He returned in 4 minutes, unresponsive. His suit contained seawater, but it was warm, and it hummed. He died hours later, with one phrase whispered over and over, no depth, only voice. The ship's logs were sealed by the French Naval Ministry. The dome was never found again, though fishermen have long refused to sail those waters after midnight, claiming that sometimes waves flee before they rise. An experimental American submarine, the USS Atantine, was lost during a classified maneuver off the coast of Newfoundland in late 1906. It was designed to map deep ocean temperatures across thermoclines, yet its disappearance was neither a matter of failure nor natural forces. According to the sole message received from the vessel, something below was mimicking its heat signature. The engineers on board believed they were being followed by a second vessel, identical in shape and emissions. But when they executed an evasive depth spiral, the object below them matched every move, delaying its descent by only 0.7 seconds. The mimic remained silent, without propeller wash or mechanical signals. Suddenly, it ceased all imitation and stopped dead beneath the Atantine, hovering motionless. 38 seconds later, the Atantine began to sink unnaturally fast, as if its buoyancy had been undone from within. No emergency beacon triggered, only a final signal, garbled and corrupted, reached the surface. When decrypted, it consisted of a 3-word message repeated over 200 times. Too familiar now, the wreck was never found. But in 1942, a Canadian vessel recorded a ping off Newfoundland, a perfect acoustic replica of the Atantine's engine, still pulsing as if waiting to rise. In the winter of 1906, the German merchant vessel Bluthafen was crossing a known but little trafficked shipping lane near the Strait of Gibraltar when its instruments began to pick up what was described as tidal inversion. The ocean beneath them moved inwards, not up, not down, but as if folding into itself. Soundings showed a dramatic vertical drop, forming beneath the keel, a void, almost conical, forming in real time, without corresponding tectonic shifts. More unsettling was the auditory phenomenon that followed, a long, steady exhalation sound that began at 3:09 a.m. and lasted until just before sunrise. It wasn't wind nor whale song, but something that seemed to emerge from the water's own body, low, cavernous, and mournful. Then came the clicking, short, sharp bursts, like teeth against glass, each louder than the last, until the final click caused the ship's lanterns to shatter. The ocean then returned to perfect stillness, no current, no ripple. The crew remained above deck in silence, unable to sleep, though most would later claim they had all heard the same voice in their dreams, speaking in a rhythm that matched the ship's log bell. Years later, a satellite image of the area revealed no trench where one should be, only a faint spiral of discoloration in the deep. In June of the same year, a Chilean military vessel, CNS Viento Muerto, exploring the deeper reaches of the Peru-Chile Trench, sent down a pair of weighted hydrophones to monitor unknown acoustic disturbances reported by coastal villages. The hydrophones recorded 36 hours of sound before the line went taut and snapped. On review, the final 6 minutes of recording contained an escalating pattern of groans and tremors that formed a near-symmetrical waveform, then suddenly cut to silence. But the silence was not empty, it was textured, layered. Audio engineers, using primitive sound mapping devices, noticed that the static hiss contained a looping signal that resembled Morse, but without repetition. It was as if the silence itself carried an evolving message. A survivor from the crew, later institutionalized, scrawled diagrams on his cell walls that matched ancient wave patterns from Polynesian navigation lore, except his versions were inverted, like maps seen from below the water. His final journal entry, buried by naval authorities, read, "The sea is not deep, it is listening from the bottom up." No other crew member spoke of the mission again, and all were reassigned far inland, away from coastal duty, without explanation. One of the most obscured submarine incidents of 1906 occurred during a joint Italian-Austro-Hungarian expedition into the Ionian Sea. A small bell-shaped diving platform, called Lento Mare, was lowered to observe bioluminescence beneath mid-water layers. Communications were clear until minute 22, when the observers below reported seeing something, not a mouth, nor a cave, simply an opening in the water itself, like a hole forming not in substance, but in space. They described light bending toward the opening, yet never entering. Soon the platform began rotating slowly, though the tether above remained untwisted. Crew above reported hearing music from the steel line, soft, strained tones that changed with every degree of movement. Then the cable jerked once, violently, and the platform shot upward, surfacing too fast. One observer had died of pressure trauma, despite being in regulated depth. The other wept uncontrollably, clutching his chest, saying that he felt something growing behind his ribs. Medical scans found nothing, yet he died 12 days later, lungs collapsed, and heart missing. Not removed, simply absent. Autopsy photographs vanished. The ship was dry docked indefinitely. Locals now refer to that region as Il Buco Calmo, the calm hole, and it has never stopped humming. In the autumn of 1906, a Swedish signal mapping expedition aboard the Mare documented an anomaly they later referred to, only in private logs, as the return signal. Using a tri-beam sonar array, they sent out synchronized sound bursts to measure echo delay from various seafloor points. Each return matched expected delay and fidelity until the final sequence. The signal was returned not after delay, but instantly, impossible, even for local seabed bounce. Stranger still, the returned signal wasn't their own. It had a similar frequency profile, but bore variations that could not have occurred in echo. A second signal was then returned, lower, slower, as if responding not to the transmission, but to the first reply. This happened 5 more times, each signal descending into deeper frequency, until they could no longer detect it. Crew members described the ship's lower decks as resonating with thought. After that night, none of the crew would stand near the sonar array. One officer claimed the ship's bones had begun to hum, and that something far below had heard the Mare's sound as a knock. He begged not to knock again. The array was dismantled. The logs were locked in Stockholm's Maritime Cryptography Archive, and remain unopened to this day. In December of 1906, the Dutch deep-sea exploration ship Zedelicht vanished, just off the coast of Suriname, after sending out a routine position report. What made this case different was the involvement of an independent telegraph operator stationed on shore, who intercepted a second message less than 2 minutes later, one never officially logged by the ship. It was a crude, broken string of dots and dashes, unlike formal Morse, as if tapped by something unfamiliar with rhythm. Experts later confirmed it mirrored the cadence of early Dutch religious hymns, drawn out, mournful, and uneven. 40 hours after the Zedelicht went missing, the crew's life vests were found lashed together into a spiral, floating perfectly still in the middle of a windless current. The vests were dry, untouched by water, and one contained a page torn from the ship's log, soaked in seawater, and bearing only a single sentence. "We saw something whispering light." The Dutch Navy classified the case under a non-standard seal, one typically reserved for colonial disappearances. The area where the ship vanished has since shown irregular magnetic interference, forming concentric bands that alternate direction with the tides. Fishermen have named it Stille Sea, the Sea of Silent Light, and they do not fish there after dusk. Selene, a steam-powered acoustic surveillance vessel, to investigate sonar disruptions affecting underwater cables. As they approached the epicenter, the crew noted an eerie uniformity in wave patterns, perfectly spaced ripples, each equidistant by precisely 1.6 meters, extending endlessly toward the horizon, like measured breath. At midnight, a resonance swept through the hull. It was not sound, but pressure, a pulsing fluctuation that passed through bone and steel with equal indifference. The crew reported hearing internal organs shift faintly, a sensation akin to being gently turned inside out. Instruments began to fail in sequence, not all at once, as if being unlearned rather than damaged. Then came the voices, not external, but remembered, childhood lullabies, funeral prayers, and half-forgotten promises, whispered in languages each man had once known. The ship drifted off course, and was later found anchored in shallow waters, all systems dead, the crew asleep on deck, each cradling a sealed bottle containing nothing but seawater and a single fingernail. None of the men recalled falling asleep. They only remembered waking to silence and the distinct feeling that someone, or something, had been listening to them breathe. Later that year, a rarely acknowledged Russian submarine prototype, Muskaya Ducha, disappeared in the Sea of Okhotsk during a test designed to simulate silent running in extreme cold. Designed with advanced insulation and brass echolocators, the vessel emitted no sound detectable by surface monitors, except for one anomaly recorded during its descent. A signal, described by engineers as a mechanical moan, pierced the hydrophones with an oddly human tonality, slowly rising in pitch as the submarine dove deeper. 27 minutes into the exercise, a reverse pressure surge was detected, meaning the vessel had begun rising faster than buoyancy would allow. When it surfaced, its outer hull was cracked in 3 places, though the internal cabin remained sealed. No crew was aboard. Controls were melted, not burned, but warped into curves, as though reshaped by great heat or impossible time. The command logbook remained, with only a final scribble. Something in the pressure was alive. In the years that followed, Okhotsk fishermen would report seeing small flickers under the ice, flickers that mirrored their own lanterns. Some swore that late at night, when alone in the fog, they could hear steel groaning in the deep, repeating old Russian engine codes never publicly released. One final and curiously discredited case from 1907 took place aboard the Spanish steam sub Del Silencio, which set out from Tenerife to explore a deep rift off the western Sahara coastline. The rift, unmapped and unnamed, was said by locals to breathe once a year, exhaling hot currents and disoriented fish. When Del Silencio reached the site, the temperature rose by 4 degrees within minutes. Instruments glitched. The periscope, retracted at the surface, showed an image not of sky or wave, but of a vast, rippling expanse of black. Not blackness, something black, shifting with pulse-like undulations. Then the sound came, not water, not pressure, but footsteps, measured, hollow. Walking across the outer hull, the ship attempted to dive, but all vertical thrusters failed. The pressure outside dropped, unnaturally, as if something had drawn the sea itself away from them. Moments before total system failure, a single phonograph recording captured the voices of the crew, humming the national anthem, without cue. When the ship was found adrift weeks later, the phonograph was still spinning. The recording remained, crisp, steady, with voices present. But none of the recovered crew had any memory of singing. One simply whispered, "We wanted it to think we were still human." In mid-1907, a Belgian colonial vessel, operating under the guise of an agricultural supply ship, entered the Congo Basin's offshore trench zones to test experimental underwater echo mapping equipment imported from German sound laboratories. Near the equator, where the sea floor drops abruptly into blackened folds, their devices began transmitting return signals before any had been sent. These preemptive echoes displayed terrain the ship hadn't reached yet, an impossible future mapping. When they adjusted course to avoid a seamount, predicted by the phantom signal, they found it real. Hours later, the system registered a new obstruction, a vast oval-shaped depression in the seabed, pulsing slightly, like a diaphragm in breath. When they reached the coordinates, the water beneath them remained still, yet every metal object on board, every chain, every coin, shifted toward the eastern rail, as if magnetized by depth. One diver who descended to inspect the seabed described hearing bells, not church bells, but long droning tones that felt, not heard. When he surfaced, blood leaked from his nose and ears, and he claimed the water had not accepted him. Days later, the ship's copper instruments developed crystallized fractals, spider-webbed with unknown salts. They never disintegrated, but they no longer rang true. Every compass spun counter to the stars. Late in 1907, a Canadian research station received an unmarked crate, postmarked from Halifax. Within lay the cockpit assembly of a submarine, believed to have sunk years earlier, the CSV Argonaut Beta. The module had not rusted, it was sealed, polished and unbroken. But inside the glass of the viewport was a single handprint, pressed outward. Forensic scientists noted that the pressure exerted from within had been strong enough to warp the curvature of the glass, something only possible at crushing depth or through internal force. A strip of wax cylinder tape found inside the capsule contained a recording, creaking metal, distant groans, and for 5 seconds, the unmistakable sound of knocking, not erratic, rhythmic. 6 knocks, then silence, then 6 more. Analysis showed that the spacing of the knocks formed a Fibonacci sequence, each pause progressively lengthened. The ship had no history of carrying mathematicians. The crate had no sender's address. In the following months, coastal fog patterns near Nova Scotia shifted, often thickening precisely at 6:18 p.m., the final time logged in the Argonaut Beta's manifest. To this day, local sailors say fog doesn't form there, it arrives, as if returned, as if something beneath still remembers the shape of metal, trying to escape. In the final days of 1907, a Brazilian patrol submersible testing hull integrity in the Santos Basin reported sudden and unexplained stillness. The ocean stopped moving. The sub drifted to a complete standstill, not by anchor, but as if the sea had frozen without temperature drop. No roll, just stasis. Then, without warning, a vibration began, not from within the vessel, but from the sea itself. It rose slowly, like a choir tuning their breath, until it reached a resonant frequency that set the hull singing. The notes were not harmonious. They were sharp, layered atop one another, like an orchestra, forgetting which movement to play. Several crew members reported seizures. One began speaking in reversed Portuguese. The ship surfaced under manual override, its periscope lens cracked into 4 exact quadrants. Nothing aboard was damaged, except the internal clocks, all now ticking backwards. Naval Command buried the incident, but a local priest claimed to have dreamt of a great underwater chapel that hummed in dissonant psalms. Each pew held a man sleeping, not dead, waiting, with mouths wide open, facing the roof of the sea. At midnight, the priest's home flooded, from underneath. His well water now smells faintly of brass. In December 1907, just days before the turn of the year, the Mare Solitaria, an Italian research vessel, fitted with newly developed vertical scanning sonar, transmitted a garbled emergency message off the Tyrrhenian Sea. The final message read simply, "It sees by forgetting." When the Italian Navy arrived 2 days later, they found the vessel adrift, undamaged, all hatches sealed, but utterly silent. The crew was missing. No blood, no struggle, meals left untouched. The ship's entire interior was coated in a thin layer of condensation, but not salt water. Instead, the liquid bore a high concentration of ammonia and microscopic silicate structures resembling retinal cells. Sonar logs revealed the Mare Solitaria had passed over a featureless trench. Then, as if the sea itself had blinked, a structure appeared, not natural, perfectly symmetrical, rising and lowering with rhythmic timing. A massive lid of water, closing and opening. Investigators could not replicate the data. The sonar discs used in the scan all turned soft to the touch, like cartilage, and began to deform into spirals when exposed to light. The ship was burned, the ashes were buried inland. But sometimes, off the coast of Naples, fishermen still hear something rise in the trench and stop midway up, as if hesitating. In early spring of 1921, the British vessel Temps Reach entered the Denmark Strait on a routine atmospheric pressure survey when its newly installed bathythermograph began relaying backward values, readings that indicated not colder depths below, but heat radiating upward in perfect waves. The equipment, recently borrowed from German researchers, was checked and recalibrated with no anomalies found. Then the ship's underside began to hum, not vibrate, but emit a single sustained note, deep and distant, as though the metal remembered a song. This frequency made the hull expand slightly, enough to bulge floorboards and warp screws. The crew developed nosebleeds. One man, asleep, woke gasping with blood pooling in his ear canals. He claimed to have dreamt of metal lungs expanding in the dark, breathing in not water, but ships. When Temps Reach returned, its sonar housing had fused shut, welded from within by some unknown thermal source. No one aboard ever returned to sea. The vessel was scrapped in silence, but its keel, salvaged and repurposed into a dry dock platform, still vibrates at night. No engine within miles, just steel, breathing, remembering. During the summer of 1921, a Dutch military submersible, NS Onderzeeër Veer, ventured into the Norwegian Sea to trace cable disruptions along the mid-oceanic ridge. What they encountered was not mechanical, but geometrical, a structure suspended in mid-water, rotating without current. It had no clear surface or edge, only angles, lines that shimmered and vanished, depending on the viewer's depth. As the crew attempted to sonar map the anomaly, their recordings began to loop, each ping returning not echoes, but pre-recorded voice fragments from earlier in the day, not digitally looped. This was years before that, but heard again, in the exact same inflection, pitch, and error. One fragment repeated with chilling consistency. "Do you hear the shape?" Soon the sub began to descend without input. Depth controls failed. Lights dimmed. The shape disappeared, but the crew's reflections in the glass began to flicker, as though showing different expressions than those on their own faces. When they finally surfaced, the commander resigned immediately, citing inversion of memory as a spatial event. His notes were confiscated, but one torn page survived. "Shapes don't have shadows here. They cast time instead. That region is now a no-go zone for cable laying. Signals echo where no cables remain." In the autumn of 1921, an experimental American surveillance sub named USS Falston vanished south of Bermuda under strict radio silence. It had been tasked with testing an experimental underwater listening array designed to detect low-frequency threats, specifically the new German battery-prop submarines. For 2 weeks, transmissions were punctual, then silence. Days later, a series of return pings were received, not from the Falston's designated frequency, but one nearly identical. Naval Command assumed it had suffered drift and broadcast from alternate gear, but then came the discrepancy. One of the pings included ambient bridge noise, clearly audible, and within it, the voices of 5 Falston crewmen were heard speaking simultaneously, yet not to each other. Each recited a different set of coordinates. No location matched Earth's current topography. One matched a submerged feature in the Puerto Rico Trench. Another pointed to a non-existent trench in the Canadian Shield. The last was a looped repetition. Remember depth as distance backward. Weeks later, the listening array recorded a final signal, a heartbeat, 4 pulses. Then silence. No wreckage, no oil, just one glass instrument panel, recovered months later, found inside a drift net. It bore no scratches, only the imprint of a bare foot, pressed from within. In December 1921, the Soviet research ship Zenia Tisha conducted deep signal experiments in the Sea of Okhotsk using newly acquired German transponders, hoping to map benthic tectonics by sound pressure alone. After the third transmission, something responded. Not an echo, but a reply, offset by 17 seconds, and bearing a harmonic reverse of the ship's own signal. Engineers on board froze. This wasn't a bounce, it was thought. The transponders began to melt, not burn, and the deck's brass plates began to resonate in descending tone. One scientist collapsed, claiming to hear the hull, thinking in vowels. Instruments picked up rhythmic water displacement from below, something ascending slowly, not aggressively, but with purpose. The crew prepared evacuation. Before they could act, every light on board blinked in perfect sequence, as if counted by something outside. Then came a final sonar burst from below, short, sharp, and final. Every nearby vessel recorded the same tone across hundreds of kilometers. The Zenia Tisha never returned. Only its nameplate did, found on a glacier 10 years later, perfectly preserved. Glaciologists noted it had no rust, and no engraving, only absence, as if the metal had been remembered out of the ice. The Soviet Navy filed no report. In early January 1922, an Argentine coastal patrol sub, designated Arra Silencio, reported a field of suspended silt clouds, forming geometric spirals 300 meters below the surface, near the Patagonian shelf. Initially dismissed as upwelling currents, the formations resisted all drift, maintaining their shape even against active prop wash. One diver was sent to investigate, tethered and equipped with a primitive camera rig. His descent was steady until he reached the perimeter of one spiral, where he halted without resistance, as if some invisible layer held him back. The diver's breathing intensified, and his feed began to emit a strange reverb, not in the air, but through the water itself. He reported feeling watched from inside, then claimed the silt was not suspended, but waiting. When reeled back up, he had aged visibly. Wrinkles around the eyes, skin pale, fingertips raw. He said nothing except, "They remember too slowly." Medical examiners found no biological reason for the change. The silt samples retrieved were inert, but under low light, they formed the diver's footprint in perfect relief, twice the size of a normal boot, and still slightly warm to the touch days later. The sub returned to port and was decommissioned. The diver never entered water again. That same winter, the British vessel, HMS Dendrite, retrofitted for magnetic current analysis, sailed the Norwegian Sea under strict radio blackout. They were testing a magnetic resonance scanner, thought capable of detecting lithic anomalies, mineral structures that should not exist within mid-ocean sediment. As they passed near a mid-sea ridge, the equipment flatlined, then spiked. Readings showed a magnetic surge, descending from the surface to 2,000 meters in under 30 seconds. The scanner's copper coils began to heat, until they cracked, even in freezing air. Then the ship began to move, not forward, not sideways, but inward. Every creak of the hull sounded like wood being pulled into a smaller version of itself. At 2:11 a.m., all clocks stopped. The ship's compass didn't spin, it flattened. The crew was immobilized by nausea, unable to move, except to murmur strange phrases none remembered learning. Repeat the current, fold the water, the echo has shape. By dawn, movement returned, but when they reviewed the ink tracings of their route, the ship's path had curled into a spiral, ending at its own starting point with no recorded turn. The scanner disc was fused into the reader, permanently etched with a single line of text, "Return not." In mid-1922, the Japanese research sub Kaihu Maru dove into the Ryukyu Trench, equipped with a dual-chamber sonar designed to differentiate between biological and structural echoes. The mission was straightforward: chart the walls of the trench and study deep-sea tectonics. What came back were not echoes, but spaces, intervals, where sound refused to return, like pockets of pure silence carved into the sea. As the sub drifted over one such interval, lights inside flickered, and the floor temperature dropped by 10 degrees. The silence entered the cabin, not metaphorically, but audibly, compressing the air with a low hum that grew into a mechanical sigh. Crew members described feeling pressure in their thoughts, like ideas being drawn out of them before fully formed. Then the sonar flared once, recording a single word across its signal tape, Kami. The crew, many of whom were secular, described this not as a religious message, but as an identity. The sub surfaced 3 hours ahead of schedule, but their watches had moved backward. The ship's log ended 1 page too early, and all subsequent entries had been replaced by mathematical diagrams of coils, loops, and spirals. No one admitted drawing them, yet each matched each crewman's handwriting. Later that same year, a Chilean naval experiment deployed a decoy submarine, an empty pressure hull filled with sensors, and left to drift over the Atacama Trench. The intention was to lure potential hostile subs into revealing themselves by triggering passive sonar arrays. What happened instead was never repeated. 48 hours into the drift, the decoy registered contact, not with a solid mass, but with something that withdrew before touching. Sensors caught a shadow, vast and limbless, curling into itself like a roll of fabric beneath water. Then came a low vibration, not sound, but spatial, bending the hull slightly inward before releasing it. The sensor rig inside detected a chemical change in the water. The salinity dropped, and the water took on a viscosity similar to that of human plasma. Minutes later, every electrical component shorted at once, despite being isolated. The backup batteries failed, but one device survived, a small analog wax cylinder recorder, left running by accident. When played back, it contained only breathing, long, slow, arrhythmic, breathing not in lungs, but in space, as if something exhaled memory. The decoy was never recovered. Only the wax cylinder floated back, dry. Fishermen found it sealed in their nets, humming faintly, still warm. In late 1922, the French vessel Lavor Dabim, operating on contract from a maritime acoustic institute, conducted tests in the Bay of Biscay to analyze low-frequency pressure corridors. Their instruments picked up a slow, oscillating wave that passed beneath them every 17 minutes, too rhythmic for current drift, too organic for seismic activity. The phenomenon repeated at exact intervals, each accompanied by a drop in temperature and a delay in timekeeping devices on board. Pocket watches lost 2 seconds per wave. Then, during the third day, a massive pressure shift occurred. It wasn't sudden, rather it felt as though the ocean had sighed. Every surface on the ship trembled, ink within the logbooks separated into ringed halos, as though the writing itself had been shaken by depth. Sonar recorded a hollow pulse from 3,000 meters below, a void that refused to echo back. When amplified, the pulse revealed not sound, but shape. It outlined the ship, not the seafloor, the ship. From beneath, the captain, a lifelong skeptic, wrote one final note before abandoning his command. It is not what lies below us that we fear, it is what waits for us to name it. He was never seen again. The Białowież, a Polish exploratory sub fitted with German-made parabolic acoustic dishes, vanished during a 1922 test along the floor of the Greenland Sea. The only signal ever retrieved from the vessel came as a faint echo, one transmitted before the sub's scheduled dive. Naval officials dismissed it as error, but upon replaying the transmission, engineers discovered it was not an error. It was the sound of the sub's own sonar, returning early, returning before it was ever sent. The echo mapped a trench that did not exist, then overlaid it with tones that formed a harmonic series based on human voice patterns. These voices sang in triplets, matching a forgotten Baltic funeral rite. When the sub failed to surface, a search party found nothing except the floating periscope lens, still warm, bearing condensation on the inside. No seawater, just fog. Inside it, a single fingerprint was found, pressed in a spiral, not a human pattern, but one resembling cephalopod skin, under stress. No remains were found, but to this day, trawlers in that region report songs in pressure, not in their ears, but in the walls of their ships. Low hums that bloom only at midnight, then vanish with the cold. In the Gulf of Alaska, 1923, an American destroyer designated USS Florentine deployed submersible buoys equipped with early resonant field detectors to investigate seismic quakes. The buoys picked up a repeated clicking signal, not mechanical but biological. Scientists on board theorized a new species of deep-dwelling crustacean, but as they traced the sound to its source, they realized it was not moving like an animal. It followed the ship. Exactly. Every stop, every start. Then the clicks reversed, repeating in perfect backward sequence. The ship's magnetometer flared, indicating a massive ferrous anomaly below, rising. Nothing emerged, but soon after, crew members reported migraines and nosebleeds. The engine room was found covered in a thin film of water, not salt water, but identical in mineral profile to cerebrospinal fluid. Medical personnel grew nauseous near it, and one crewman, locked in a fever dream, whispered something over and over. It's not swimming, it's listening to the ship's dreams. After debrief, the vessel was stripped and reclassified, but decades later, another ship crossing those same waters recorded identical backward clicks, only this time, they came from above the vessel, as if the signal had risen and found a surface, one that answered. In the final days of 1923, a classified German submersible prototype, known only as Taucher Blut, conducted a clandestine mission into the Puerto Rico Trench. Its goal to test magnetic dampening fields intended to hide vessels from enemy sonar. The last report received indicated full system functionality, then silence. The final recorded message from onboard, barely decipherable, translated as mirror depth ascending. Weeks later, a civilian radio operator in Cuba picked up fragments of speech broadcast on an unregistered frequency, words spoken in German, but looped, jumbled, syllables, dragging like slowed vinyl. Analysis revealed the voice to be that of the Taucher Blut's communications officer, yet he had no known access to independent transmission gear. Most chilling was the fact that the frequency used had not yet been assigned by any country. The sub was never found, but Cuban fishermen later reported finding a pressure suit floating far from any current path. Inside the helmet, instead of a face, was a flat, reflective surface like polished obsidian. Divers who examined it reported seeing shapes in the reflection that didn't correspond to their surroundings, angles that moved as if remembering someone who hadn't yet arrived. The helmet was later lost, or returned, no one's sure which. In early 1924, the Norwegian vessel Havska was conducting hydrophone calibration tests off the coast of Svalbard when a narrow column of warm water rose directly beneath the hull. This upwelling was too fast for natural geothermal activity, and its temperature was consistent, exactly 37 degrees Celsius, identical to human blood. The ship's sonar array began returning echoes from every direction simultaneously, even though no structures or seafloor ridges surrounded them. The crew described a feeling like being trapped in a hallway of mirrors, where the sea, despite its vastness, felt close, encroaching. The hydrophones caught what the captain described as a single heartbeat, lasting 6 full seconds. It repeated twice, then never again. Soon after, a thin fog formed over the deck, leaving salt rings in the shape of rib cages across the floorboards. The first mate, a decorated naval veteran, threw himself overboard that night. His final words were, "It found our shape." His body was never recovered, but the water he entered became inexplicably denser, sinking rescue buoys upon contact. The incident was erased from public logs. Only a slip of parchment remained, preserved in a bottle found ashore. We are the echo of something learning to be hollow. Later that year, the Soviet submarine K-12 Verona entered a classified trench near the Kuril Islands on a route known only to High Command. The mission was simple: test a prototype auditory cloaking device meant to mute the ship's presence from sonar detection. After activation, the device caused the ocean around the sub to go unnaturally quiet. Not even the creaks of the vessel's own hull remained. Total soundlessness. For 43 minutes, all was calm. Then came the reverberation, not from any one direction, but through the entire structure. It was a slow, shuddering return of sound. But not the subzone. The crew heard conversations they'd had days ago. Some heard arguments that hadn't happened yet. One officer heard his mother's funeral rites, though she was alive. The sound returned piece by piece, like broken memory replaying out of sequence. Lights dimmed. One man began to hum involuntarily, a tune no one recognized. When they surfaced, all metal on board had been magnetized. Hair samples from the crew showed trace isotopes, found only in meteorites. The Soviets sealed the report, but nearby villagers claimed to hear the sea singing at night, not loudly, like something far beneath whispering through frozen bone. In September 1924, the Portuguese naval training ship Infante das Mares encountered an area of sea between Madeira and the Azores, where the surface itself trembled, not with wave or wind, but with vibration. Instruments detected no seismic activity. The sea simply quivered. Beneath them, sonar revealed a perfect circle of cold water, 100 meters in diameter, 15 degrees colder than the surrounding sea, unmoving. When probes were lowered, they returned without damage, but each was coated in a thin film of skin. Not scales, skin, identical in composition to that of human forearms. Yet the DNA, examined later in Lisbon, had no chromosomes, no cellular structure, just texture. That night, a voice was heard through the ship's radio, not transmitted, just there, speaking broken Portuguese in reverse. Engineers tore the radio apart. The voice kept repeating, through the metal, the walls, even the mirrors. You are too early. When they returned to port, all the film negatives from their journey had inverted. Seascapes were black, clouds white, and in each image, a faint outline, like a handprint, hovered just behind the ship, reaching forward, frame by frame. No crew member would comment. Most left the Navy. One became a monk. He refused to speak, except to whisper, "We weren't meant to float." In December 1925, the Soviet reconnaissance submarine Veliki Glaz departed from Murmansk under the cover of polar night. Its classified mission to chart abnormal heat columns rising from the Barents Deep. Aboard her hull were newly installed thermal lattice sensors and crude magneto-acoustic dampeners, experimental tools intended to measure pressure shifts too slow to register on conventional gauges. The vessel was staffed with 31 naval personnel and 5 civilian scientists, most of them oceanographers who'd never heard the word unsound. But as the sub descended past 520 meters, the sea changed. The outside pressure, instead of increasing linearly, began to pulse at irregular intervals, as though something immense was gently contracting beneath them. The sonar stopped returning reflections and began returning silhouettes, thin, pillar-like interruptions in the void, some curving, some spiraling like architectural ribs. What had appeared to be a trench expanded, not in breadth, but in sensation, like entering a hallway where scale detached from geometry. Through the forward viewport, the ocean seemed to pause, as if waiting for the vessel to catch up with something it had already passed. Then, without warning, light appeared, not luminous, but subtractive. A rectangular corridor formed in front of them, its borders visible only because they stole the color from the sea. They called it the Pressure Cathedral, and though it had no stone, it weighed on the crew like a crypt. Inside this corridor, instruments began to suffer failure, not by damage, but by contradiction. The gyroscope reversed briefly, then recorded inward as a direction. One of the meteorological cylinders reported temperatures consistent with human body heat, not external, but bleeding into the ship's own frame. The psychologist aboard, Dr. Yuri Nedovna, noted a behavioral shift in the crew. Speech became redundant, replaced by synchronized humming that emerged involuntarily, as though they were unconsciously aligning to the corridor's rhythm. They heard nothing, Yet they felt the idea of listening, a silence so complex it scraped the bones, made the air seem heavy in their lungs. Then came the anomaly, floating 30 meters ahead, a vertical spire, thin as a needle and blacker than depth, rotated slowly without current. As the sub approached, lights inside the cabin flickered, not in resistance, but in reverence, and the humming stopped, not abruptly, but gradually, like a sigh retreating into breath. The pressure cathedral didn't collapse, it released them. The Veliki glass rose to the surface with engines disengaged, guided by something below that lifted rather than pushed. Every clock on board had stopped at the same moment. 13 hours, 13 minutes, and 37 seconds. Radio logs from that night, analyzed weeks later, revealed one final echo from their last sonar ping. It was their own ship, reflected back, not from terrain, from something tall, listening, and patient. The logs were sealed, the crew scattered, and nothing was sent to that trench again, until 1927, when something deeper called them back. 2 years later, in January 1927, the Soviets launched a second descent into the Barents anomaly, a mission born not of exploration, but compulsion. The classified submarine Kronstadt Delta, equipped with upgraded gyrostabilizers and echo-resistant plating, was sent with only one objective: to locate and remap what the first crew had dubbed the Pressure Cathedral. This time, they followed not coordinates, but harmonics, reconstructing the frequency of the original descent, using the recorded hum emitted by the Veliki glass. As the crew approached the same trench, weathered instruments began reacting before entry, inked pressure charts bled into rings, and the ship's compass needle began circling counterclockwise, not frenetically, but rhythmically, as if keeping time. Inside the mess hall, spoons twisted at their stems without physical touch, bent not by heat or force, but by suggestion, like metal listening to the sea's memory. Then the structure appeared again, not visibly, but sonically. Sonar began returning an echo that arrived before it was sent. It mapped the corridor before they entered, not as a prediction, but a memory already unfolding. The crew passed the point of no return in silence. Even the engines quieted themselves, as though shamed by the sound. What awaited them wasn't a trench, but an arrangement, geometry shaped for something larger than human comprehension. The interior of the cathedral felt tighter now, closer, as if its walls had thickened with thought. The particles suspended in its darkness, clustered in organized spirals, each rotating in counterpoint to the sub's movement. The pressure increased, not dangerously, but personally. Each crew member reported a sense of recognition, as though the space had remembered them individually. One officer began reciting a childhood poem in his sleep, a poem he claimed to have forgotten until that moment. Another drew spirals compulsively on every available surface, unaware of his own actions. Then, as they approached the central chamber, a vast bell-shaped dome recorded only as acoustic void, the lights dimmed, and a low subharmonic tone seeped into the floor. It vibrated not through machinery, but through bone, bypassing the auditory system entirely. The captain attempted to reverse thrust. The vessel did not obey. Instead, the engines pulsed in reverse frequency, mirroring the cathedral's own breath. For 13 minutes, the Kronstadt Delta floated still, held in place by resonance. The psychologist on board whispered only once into his recorder, "We are not witnessing pressure, we are being measured." Then, as suddenly as it began, the tone ceased. The sub surfaced, but every internal wall had shifted. The bridge was now midship. The sleeping quarters mirrored. Not a screw was loose, yet nothing remained where it once belonged. The crew disembarked. The ship was never reused, and below the cathedral waited again. In the months following the Kronstadt Delta's return, the Soviet Naval Cartographic Bureau quietly struck the region from operational maps, leaving a blank space labeled structural flux. But one group refused to let the anomaly go dark. A shadow division of oceanographic engineers, known unofficially as the algebraists, petitioned for a third descent. Their theory was not geological, but semiotic. The cathedral was not a formation, but a language, spatially encoded in pressure, intended to be read by those who drifted slowly enough to listen. With backing from an undisclosed state sponsor, the SS-13 Lyubov Orlova was commissioned for a clandestine voyage in autumn 1927. The submarine was reconfigured with 6 internal anechoic chambers and an experimental chamber constructed entirely from beryllium and obsidian glass, designed to resonate with ultra-low frequency harmonics. As the vessel neared the coordinates, no anomalies appeared. In fact, everything was silent. The sea was calm, sonar blank, no pulses, no corridor. The cathedral, it seemed, had vanished, but at 721 meters, the pressure dropped suddenly by 11%. Not an external shift, but an internal one, felt within lungs and bowels, like the body being unanchored from physics. Then came the silence, not of absence, but of absorption. Voices did not carry, steel did not groan. The sea became a vacuum. Inside the beryllium chamber, glass began to fog in geometrical condensation patterns. One by one, the crew recorded involuntary memories on their tablets. Memories not their own. A French lullaby, a Baltic funeral chant, a letter written in bloodless cursive, addressed to the first dreamer of salt. They began speaking in rhythms, not sentences, each voice overlapping the other like polyphony. The silence outside was alive. It pulsed in exact Fibonacci intervals, measured not by machines, but by the throbbing of each man's gums. The commander attempted to abort. The navigation system returned a single line of text. Orientation removed. Then through the outer hull, vibrations shaped a familiar signature, an outline not unlike the Veliki glass, projected against the void, as if mirrored by the cathedral itself. The Lyubov Orlova was no longer mapping space. It had become a glyph in the trench's own alphabet. In the final hour, all water within the ballast tanks turned gelatinous. The sub began to rise, not by propulsion, but by expulsion, pushed upward by something that no longer wished to contain it. They surfaced with no casualties, but with no shadows. Under sunlight, every crew member cast only a faint blur, as if their shapes no longer agreed with the laws of light. The logs, sealed in lead, were buried in the permafrost outside Arkhangelsk. To this day the cathedral has not reappeared. But in rare seismic pulses, the ocean still hums, not from below, but inward, calling only those who already remember what they should never have known. By 1928, whispers of the cathedral had bled into the edges of Western naval intelligence. Though the Soviet reports were buried, patterns in undersea seismic maps, faint pressure rings near Franz Josef Land, drew the attention of British hydrographers stationed in Norway. A private expedition, led by Commander Aldrich Howe, and funded through the Royal Geographical Society, under the false pretense of subglacial cartography, launched the HMS Cademan in March. Unlike her predecessors, the Cademan carried no sonar, no pressure meters, no electronic feedback loops. She relied entirely on analog mapping, human observation, and magnetic compasses, the theory being that whatever the cathedral was, it reacted only when known, but the trench found them anyway. At 604 meters, gravity changed. The crew didn't notice at first, until tea refused to pour downward, drifting slowly sideways in the air, before striking metal like an afterthought. As they sank, lights flickered, and the oil in their lanterns shifted to the left side of the wick, burning at an angle. Commander Howe began muttering equations in his sleep, non-Euclidean ratios, curvatures that suggested fourth-dimensional topology. Below, the water turned gelatinous in movement, but not substance. No resistance. Just delay. One sailor described it as swimming through someone's attention. They were no longer descending, they were being read. Then, finally, form. Not a corridor, but a great expanse, flat, wide, with a central depression like a basin or a socket. Howe called it the pupil. At its center stood a structure, impossibly thin, tower-like, built not of stone or metal, but of interruption. It bent light, not around it, but into it. The crew observed their reflections not on the surface of glass, but suspended in the water's mid-space, faces they did not recognize, aging in reverse. Every surface aboard began to rust inward, curling toward the interior, as if trying to fold the vessel upon itself. Then came the message, not a sound, but a tilt. The entire sea beneath them leaned, not visibly, but gravitationally. The floor of the cathedral blinked, and with that blink, time itself faltered. Clocks reversed. Conversations reversed. A sailor screamed backwards, a sound no one ever wants to hear again. Howe issued surface orders. The cademan rose through what the crew called the gel, dragging time behind it like seaweed. When they broke the surface, their position was 36 nautical miles from where they began. All logs were intact, except one. The paper detailing the descent had become translucent, and all ink had formed into a perfect black circle. Back in Britain, Howe was committed to silence. He never spoke of the cathedral again, but on his final day, a nurse recorded his last whisper. It didn't build itself. In March of 1933, off the storm-raked shelf between Nova Scotia and Greenland, the British Navy deployed a fleet of 5 modified submarines, known unofficially as Convoy Grey Route, on a joint Atlantic mapping mission. Though the official purpose was seabed charting, the true objective, classified under the Admiralty's Ghost Circuit Directive, was to triangulate an anomaly first logged in 1928, a persistent pressure echo that had outlasted its own origin. Each vessel was fitted with synchronized acoustic recorders designed to capture 3-dimensional echo forms in high-resolution ink spectrograms. Within 48 hours, the convoy slipped into dense fog and vanished from wireless communication. Days passed. Then, as if nothing had occurred, all 5 submarines resurfaced near their scheduled extraction point. But something was wrong. All clocks were desynchronized, some behind, some ahead, and every ship's compass spun aimlessly. Worse, the crews aboard had no recollection of their mission. They remembered casting off, diving, and then surfacing. Nothing in between. Navigation logs were blank. Even stranger, each vessel's hull had been etched, lightly, delicately, with a pattern that appeared natural at first glance, like barnacle scars. But when mapped across the 5 submarines, the markings formed a perfect spiral, 2.73 turns across all 5 ships. The pattern began at the stern of the lead vessel, and ended at the bow of the last, like a message stretched through steel and pressure. Medical assessments revealed no trauma, no decompression sickness, no abnormal neural readings. Yet each crew member shared a new symptom, a fear of still water. Even in port, they refused to bathe, to stand near pools, to drink without stirring their glasses. Several began to sketch obsessively, fractal towers, submerged and coiled like vertebrae. One officer, a cartographer named Samuel Croft, drew a complete cross-section of an ocean trench, never discovered, with walls made not of rock, but of what appeared to be layered sound waves. The drawings were taken, sealed. The submarines were decommissioned. The youngest vessel in the convoy, HMS Lorne, began to emit tones through its hull when moored, 6 harmonic pulses, always spaced 13 seconds apart, identical to those previously recorded near the Barents Sea. The British Navy attempted to erase the incident, but by 1935, similar spiraled hull markings began appearing on civilian shipping vessels, who passed within 200 kilometers of the same coordinates. These ships reported strange phenomena: fog that formed into rings, sudden stillness of waves, and most chilling, a chorus of distant clinking, as if hundreds of bottles were being tapped underwater. Convoy Grey Route had returned, but not unchanged. Whatever it passed through didn't harm it. It used it, not to speak, but to echo. In June of 1933, 3 months after Convoy Grey Route's return, a civilian research yacht called St. Florian's Wake was dispatched by a private maritime foundation to investigate the surrounding zone of distortion. The vessel, retrofitted with sonar buoys and photographic bathyspheres, was not military, but many of its crew were former naval personnel drawn in by rumor. They didn't enter the anomaly directly. Instead, they skirted its perimeter, mapping the currents and pressure deviations like archaeologists, tracing a buried city. On their 3rd night at sea, they encountered what appeared to be another convoy, 5 silhouettes, matching submarine dimensions, running silent just beneath the waves. At first, they assumed it was a coincidental sighting of a returning exercise, but the sonar told another story. These ships gave off no mechanical signal, no propeller rotation, no heat. They moved in perfect sequence, their shapes slightly warped, as though their pressure hulls had been altered not by collision or wear, but by something softer, something organic. Their outlines were too smooth. They had no identifying marks, no flags, no steel plates visible, and yet the sonar printed them clearly. Then, without warning, they stopped, all five at once. The sea flattened, instruments failed, lights dimmed, not flickered, but withdrew, as if the sea had exhaled its own glow. The St. Florian's wake floated in perfect stillness, not a ripple, not a breath of wind. Then came the transmission, not via radio, but through the hull, a low pulse, rhythmic, slow, not Morse, not sonar, but speech. If speech had been reduced to intention alone, the hull vibrated once every 20 seconds. The medical officer reported that the human body, when isolated from light and forced into silence, begins to create noise internally, heartbeat, breath, neural twitches. But this wasn't internal. This was response. Several crew members began to murmur sentences they claimed were not their own, words in languages no longer spoken. One man recited a hymn in Proto-Greek, another sketched a pattern of hollow bones that bent like the hull of a vessel, but connected in ways that denied anatomy. And then the vision came. All five silhouettes, submerged in unison, but not downward backward, as if folding into the horizon. The sea surged once, and then fell silent again. When the St. Florian returned to port, one of its lifeboats was missing, later found drifting 3 kilometers away, with a message carved into its interior. They were not submarines, they were the memory of submarines. To this day, satellite sonar occasionally records 5 synchronized shapes in that region, always silent, always in formation, always returning. By late August 1933, the anomaly had begun to radiate outward, not physically, but through phenomena that leapt borders of space and category. Naval communications across the North Atlantic began receiving ghost returns, partial sonar echoes shaped like ships, but formed in impossible water columns, sometimes inverted, sometimes split, as though the echo were not from a thing, but from a memory projected through pressure. These anomalies culminated in what became known among naval operatives as the Silent Convoy Crossing. A U.S. Navy escort destroyer, USS Camden Sound, patrolling the Labrador Sea, reported collision with an unknown submerged vessel. No damage was recorded, and yet the entire starboard hull of the Camden Sound registered concussive stress, as though something large had passed through it without displacement. The next day, the ship's depth sensors returned readings, indicating that it was resting in shallow water, despite floating miles above the abyssal plain. At 3:14 a.m., the entire crew was awoken by the sound of footsteps along the inner hull, not above them, not on deck, inside. These weren't thuds, but deliberate taps, pacing, turning, hesitating. The sound moved with awareness, circling the command deck 3 times. When sonar was activated, it returned a single flatline echo that did not change, even when the ship altered course. Attempts to communicate with nearby ships failed. Static covered all channels, except one. An outdated emergency band, unused since World War I, began transmitting faint, warbled Morse that, once decrypted, formed one phrase: "They have become the sea." The captain, suspecting a hallucination event, ordered a full systems diagnostic. Every instrument reported nominal status, except the altimeter, which showed the vessel as being 3,000 meters below sea level. That reading never changed for the remaining 2 days of the patrol. Beneath their hull, divers were sent with heavy tethers to scan for environmental anomalies. What they found was not terrain, it was a corridor, tapered, symmetrical, formed from fields of microfractures in the water itself, not ice, not rock, something dense and silent that held its shape against gravity. One diver never returned. His tether had not snapped. It had been unclipped. When they recovered his helmet, It was filled with dried salt, crystallized into a shape that resembled a fingerprint spiral. The USS Camden Sound was taken out of service 2 months later and sealed within a dry dock where no metal tools would function near it. Magnetic fields bent inward, and welders refused to work on it. They said the steel sang, softly, when touched, humming a song no one remembered hearing, yet everyone could feel in their bones. The ship was dismantled by hand, and yet sometimes, 5 shadows still pass beneath the Labrador Sea, without mass, without name, without history. In October of 1933, under the guidance of Admiral Edwin Royce, the British Admiralty launched its last covert operation related to the anomaly. Operation Bell Wake deployed the HMS Selwood, a deep survey frigate, retrofitted with low-frequency sonar broadcast chambers and resonance buoy relays, into a quarantined sector of the North Atlantic, deemed geometrically unstable. Royce's objective was not recovery, it was invitation. The operation used synchronized sonar pulses, designed to mimic the harmonic intervals found in the return signatures of Convoy Grey Route and USS Camden Sound. The pulses were transmitted in deliberate succession over 8 hours. At 3:06 a.m., every buoy on the ocean's surface went silent. Sonar pings vanished into depth. Then came the return, but it didn't arrive via hydrophones. It came through the ship itself. The Selwood's outer plating shivered with an internal resonance, as if struck by a tuning fork from inside the hull. The sound transmitted through bulkheads and glass, skipping ears entirely and landing inside the brain. It wasn't a tone, it was a structure. Something was answering, not by mimicry, but by alignment. Inside the crew quarters, clocks stopped at precisely 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 13 seconds. Water within the ballast tanks turned briefly viscous, resisting pump flow, then reversed direction for 13 seconds before returning to normal. Then came the transformation. Radar began printing lines where none should be, vertical columns that reached from the seabed to the upper troposphere, arranged in a 5-pointed formation, a pentagon, open at one end. But these were not radar echoes, they were pressure glyphs, waves that carved form into sensation, shaping not the sea, but the idea of space. And then the convoy returned, 5 vessels, silent, dark, approaching in absolute unison beneath the surface, though no water displaced. The Selwood powered down all systems, floating dead in the current, lights extinguished. The convoy moved beneath them without touch, but as it passed, each crew member reported a drop in heart rate, not fear, slowness. Time itself stretched, breath felt elastic, memory compressed into single crystalline flashes. The ship's hull became transparent to touch, steel softening under fingers, rippling like fluid skin. At 3:14, one final sonar pulse erupted from the trench below, this time not from the cathedral, not from machinery, but from inside the convoy itself. It was the sound of a door opening, and not all the way, just a crack. Then silence. The convoy vanished. Sea returned. The Selwood surfaced by morning, unharmed, unchanged, except for one detail. Its hull number was missing. In its place were 5 spiraled etchings, burned into the metal with precision beyond human tool. They formed no word, no map, just one idea repeated 5 times. The return has already occurred. In February 1936, under increasing pressure to modernize deep-sea surveillance, the German Kriegsmarine launched an ambitious experiment, using a vessel known only by its registry, U-977B, outfitted with recently developed magneto-acoustic relays and housed within a reinforced crystal composite dome. The submersible was designed to conduct pressure mapping surveys at unprecedented depths in the mid-Atlantic ridge. Officially, the mission's purpose was geological. Unofficially, it was to pursue the vanishing pulses logged in the Selwood's final recordings, harmonic forms shaped not by sound, but by depth itself. The vessel descended to 3,400 meters, trailed by 2 unmanned buoys, designed to capture exterior vibrations in crystalline filaments. For the first 4 hours, the crew reported normal behavior, until, without warning, every transmission from the surface ceased. Not scrambled, not jammed, cut. The line was silent. Then the glass started pulsing, not breaking, not cracking, but breathing. It expanded in subtle waves, like lungs beneath pressure, shifting ever so slightly with each pulse that passed through the trench. The effect was not visual at first, but tactile. Crew members described pressure on their bones, as if their skeletons had become tuning forks responding to an external signal. Lights inside the vessel began to refract not outward, but inward, casting shadows that floated mid-air, unattached to any surface. One shadow hovered just above the command panel, a long spindled shape that rotated without source. As the pulses intensified, time warped, not dramatically, but in tiny fractures. Clocks began to drift. One officer watched a droplet of water fall from a pipe, hang in mid-air, and then reverse course. But nothing felt violent. The crew felt lulled, not drugged, but folded inward, as if invited into a sensation too vast for the nervous system. The buoy feeds transmitted one last recording, a field of sound that created geometric patterns in the filament, spirals that closed into themselves, then opened again like blooming black flowers. The vessel's last message was a series of whispered numbers, spaced evenly, spoken in monotone by the communications officer, who had never broken protocol in 20 years. The sequence had no military meaning, but when graphed, it matched the frequency curve of a human heart falling asleep. The U-977B never resurfaced. One of the buoys washed ashore in Portugal 3 months later. Inside it were no recordings, only a single scrap of metal, shaped like a key, not to a door, but to a rhythm, one that continues to pulse through trench lines to this day, always at 3:13 a.m., always below detection range, except by those who've already heard it once. In the spring of 1936, 3 months after the U-977B vanished beneath the mid-Atlantic ridge, a French private research submersible, called La Vérité Inclinée, the Tilted Truth, was quietly commissioned by a consortium of maritime physicists and former naval cryptographers. Officially, it was a geological survey vessel, but in truth, its mission was to follow the Whisper Trail. That term had begun circulating within classified European maritime communities, referring to the barely perceptible hum, almost always at 13 Hz, that lingered for seconds after deep-sea sonar pings in certain regions of the ocean. Unlike echoes or reverberation, the Whisper Trail responded only when sonar tones were arranged into descending intervals, mimicking the form of ancient liturgical chant. The La Vérité was fitted with an onboard pipe organ-like instrument that used compressed gas to create subsonic resonance across hull plates. At 2,600 meters, the sea began to answer, not with sound, but with structure. Pressure readings indicated that a cubic formation of denser-than-water zones had surrounded the vessel in a perfect lattice. Water molecules within these cubes did not behave like fluid. They bent light, they shimmered without movement. And then, one side opened. What unfolded was not a corridor, nor a trench, but a dome of vibration. The crew referred to it as La Cathédrale Molle, the soft cathedral. Inside, their instruments fell still, not because they broke, but because they completed. Their gauges locked on values that didn't change. Heat stabilized at 41.1 degrees Celsius, pressure normalized to 0, and chronometers stopped exactly at 3 hours 13 minutes and 13 seconds. Every reading reached stasis, as if the sea had stopped testing them. Shadows moved independently from their sources. Each man aboard saw them from a different angle, and each reported that his shadow turned its head when he blinked. Lights did not dim, but curled, becoming spheres of glow that detached and hovered in the corners of the cabin like bioluminescent thought forms. The vessel itself felt lighter, as though suspended not in salt water, but in memory. The pilot attempted to steer laterally, and the sub complied, yet the viewports showed no movement. Then came the resonance again, not loud, not high, but familiar. One of the researchers, a former corps master, claimed he could trace the sequence to the opening measures of a 9th century requiem lost in a monastery fire. His humming aligned with it. As he did, the lattice reformed, then vanished. The soft cathedral folded inward and disappeared. La Vérité Inclinée returned to normal pressure immediately, but all its surfaces bore fingerprints, not human, not alien, just pressure-mapped impressions of something listening back. The sub returned to France. The crew disbanded. None ever spoke of the incident publicly, but one engineer, the organist, left a final note in his will. We were not the song, we were the instrument. It chose us because we could hold the note. In August 1936, during an unusually temperate Atlantic summer, the Italian vessel Rivelazione Profonda, a modified salvage trawler, covertly funded by Vatican archivists, slipped into uncharted waters east of the Azores. On board were hydroacoustic researchers, cryptographic linguists, and one blind Benedictine monk named Fra Leone, said to have memorized centuries of submerged liturgical patterns. The official rationale was the recovery of an early sunken Roman galley, but the vessel's true mission was buried in apocryphal margins, to chase the glass pulse recorded by the vanished U-977B, a pulse which some believed to be neither mechanical nor natural, but the echo of original breath. Not air, not voice, just pressure, older than tectonics. The Rivelazione was armed with a chamber of stained glass tuning bells, designed to ring underwater, releasing harmonic sequences preserved in scrolls recovered from beneath the Vatican crypts. These bells weren't meant to measure the sea, they were built to provoke it, and on the fourth night it answered. At 3:13 a.m., the tuning bells rang on their own. Without signal, without human touch, the chimes followed no wind. They bloomed in sound, and each tone, each echo, carved an outline in the ocean, one that could be seen not with the eyes, but through bone, like the memory of an embrace never made. The sea beneath the ship dimmed. It did not darken. It turned matte, absorbing moonlight, like velvet so black it refused even reflection. Then came the rising. Slowly, silently, the pressure beneath the Rivelazione lifted the entire vessel, centimeter by centimeter. There was no wave, no swell, just buoyancy, without displacement. It hovered, as if held aloft by the throat of the trench itself. Crew described feeling unwound, as if their nerves were being threaded backward through their spines. Fra Leone knelt in the cargo hold and began humming in counterpoint. His voice did not echo, it rooted itself into the vessel's wooden frame, and the deck beneath him bloomed with condensation. When the captain peered over the edge of the bow, he saw his reflection, 20 meters down, not on water, but hovering in suspension. Below the ship was a flat, radiant pane, a mirror of pressure, shaped exactly like the Rivelazione Profonda, drifting in tandem, inverted in silence. Then the breathing began, not air, but sequence. The sea pulsed gently against the hull, each push more measured than the last. The frequency registered at exactly 13.13 Hz, identical to previous recordings made in the pressure cathedral, and later the Selwood event. But this time the crew was not repelled. They were welcomed. Each man aboard began to hear something different. A lost loved one's voice, a song from childhood, the sound of a clock long broken in a home long forgotten. Yet all those sounds merged into a rhythm, a chorus of unrelated memories, structured into one coherent tempo. Then came the silence, not abrupt, but like a curtain being drawn across thought itself. One final bell rang from the hold, shattering itself against no surface. The monk collapsed. The ship dropped, not violently, but decisively, like a breath being held no longer. All lights died. Power failed. For 12 minutes, the Rivelazione Profonda floated dead in the sea. When systems returned, every tuning bell was gone, not stolen, dissolved. The stained glass had not shattered. It had evaporated, leaving behind rings of salt where each bell had once sat. Fra Leone, unconscious but breathing, clutched a piece of parchment in his hands. It bore no ink, only pressure, a single fingerprint pressed so deeply it warped the fibers of the page. In the weeks that followed, every crew member developed a tremor in the right hand, an involuntary twitch that activated precisely at 3:13 a.m. and stopped at 3:14. Doctors found no medical cause. Some believed it to be trauma. Others, a lingering resonance. The Vatican sealed all logs, but a replica of the Rivelazione Profonda, an uncrewed buoy version, was later deployed. It returned one signal, not sonar, not radio, a single tone, clear, measured, impossible. It was the missing bell's final note, still ringing beneath the ocean. 600 meters below, the sea continues to hold that breath. In November 1936, 6 months after the Rivelazione Profonda incident, the United States Office of Naval Research commissioned a high-classified mission in cooperation with Bell Labs and a select group of geophysical linguists. The vessel, USNS Silas Holloway, her assignment to drop a series of frequency-coded sonar spheres into the Puerto Rico Trench, each tuned to emit pulses based on linguistic stress patterns in ancient lost languages, Akkadian, Linear A, and an untranslated Iberian script, known only from a handful of ceramic shards. The reasoning behind such a project was never fully documented, but deep within the sealed cables of the Navy's Research Bureau was a hypothesis, one never spoken aloud, that sound shaped matter, that ancient tongues had once formed, not sentences, but structures in fluid environments. The Puerto Rico Trench had long been known for its acoustic anomalies. Since 1918, sailors had reported metallic chimes from beneath the hulls of ships. Some even claimed to hear bells ringing underwater, always in triplets. The Silas Holloway would become the first vessel to reply. The spheres were deployed at staggered depths, their frequencies designed to intersect and overlap in wave cascades that mimicked syntactical phrasing. At first, nothing happened. Then, as the third sequence initiated, a harmonic modeled after the voicing cadence of extinct Hurrian hymnals, the water below began to thicken, not visibly, but palpably. The sonar returned a curvature, not from the seafloor, but from the water column itself, an inverted bowl-shaped distortion rising from 8,400 meters. It was sound bending density into form. One crew member likened it to a cathedral built from held breath. Within the next 4 minutes, the ship's external microphones picked up a return signal, not from the seafloor, but from halfway up the trench wall. The tone was low, steady, unmistakably organic. It didn't echo, it sustained. And then it split, bifurcating into 3 voices that wove in and out of each other with mathematical grace. Engineers on board discovered that the return frequency followed the golden ratio in pitch progression, 1.618 per modulation. No living animal could produce that level of harmonic self-similarity. No human ear could consciously decode it, but the body could feel it. The effect on the crew was immediate. Nausea, yes, but something stranger, memory shifts. The ship's navigation officer began drawing diagrams of a vessel he insisted they had already seen. This ship, in this trench, but years ago. He provided details, rust patterns on the bow, a scratch on the internal monitor, a torn bootlace he claimed hadn't snapped yet. The radio technician began muttering lines from a 19th century whaling log, verbatim, though he'd never studied maritime history. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the trench returned the final pulse. It wasn't loud, it was clear. The sound printed a pattern onto the ship's resonance recorders, one resembling a conch shell, nested with Fibonacci swirls. And then the trench went silent. All power aboard the Silas Holloway failed for 13 minutes and 13 seconds. When power returned, every sonar screen aboard flickered once, then went black. Then a phrase appeared, not typed, not transmitted, but etched across the displays themselves. We remember the first words. Do you? Terrified, the captain ordered an immediate ascent. As the ship rose, the sea below did not resist, but the pressure anomalies remained, pulsing faintly at regular intervals. The spheres, retrieved via tether, had fused internally, glass melted from within by an energy no one could trace. Their outer shells remained cool to the touch. Weeks later, when the crew disbanded, half refused to return to sea. The other half spoke only in fragments when asked about the event. One linguist went blind, but insisted he still saw, not with eyes, but with rhythm. His final journal entry, scrawled in uneven script, read, "They didn't answer us with a voice. They answered us with the shape of sound, and that shape still rings beneath us." The Puerto Rico Trench was later marked as an acoustic dead zone. But divers know better. When sonar fails and breath slows, you can still feel the syllables of something thinking in depth. In early February 1938, the Imperial Japanese Navy launched an unauthorized expedition using an experimental diesel-electric submersible named Kosetsu Maru, loosely translated as Snow Tongue Vessel. Unlike standard naval deployments, this mission operated entirely in silence. No radio logs, no fleet support, no explanation filed in national records. The vessel was staffed, not by naval officers, but by an eclectic group of scientists, folklorists, and linguistic monks, drawn from secluded Shingon sects, known for their use of harmonic intonation in ritual incantation. The target was a segment of the Izo, Bonin Mariana Arc, that had produced, since 1932, unexplained low-frequency pulses, picked up by transoceanic cables, laid across the Pacific. These pulses, nicknamed Ekanaru, or the Red Sound, were described by early analysts as too slow to be thunder and too regular to be tectonic. They weren't after whales or faults. They were seeking the pulse of something the monks called Umi no Hoko, the trident of the sea, a theoretical construct from ancient Japanese sea legends, said to be a sound so dense it could alter memory and unravel time. Their mission was not to hear it. Their mission was to ask for it. Descending to 4,100 meters near the southern mouth of the trench, the Kosetsu Maru emitted no sonar, no signal. Instead, its hull was outfitted with a circular array of tuned bronze bowls, each filled with seawater, each struck once every 13 minutes by a slowly moving pendulum, designed to mimic the rotational cycle of the Earth's axial drift. These weren't measurements, they were offerings. The sub was to drift in silence, let the sea decide if it would answer. For 40 hours, nothing. Then at 3:13 a.m., the water around the vessel changed consistency. Every gauge remained steady, but the sub began to feel lighter, not in mass, but in belonging. A sensation overtook the crew, as if the sea had decided the vessel was not foreign, but homegrown. The lights dimmed naturally, as if acknowledging this permission. Then came the song, not external, not audible in the classical sense, but transmitted directly into the nervous system. The linguist aboard began convulsing, not in pain but in overwhelming understanding. He began transcribing furiously in ink, switching between Japanese kana, Sanskrit spirals, and an unknown alphabet that resembled ripples. His final page bore only this sentence, repeated 6 times: "It has no mouth, but its breath speaks names." Outside the vessel, the pressure did not increase, but inverted. Readings suggested the Kosetsu Maru was now located above sea level, despite being nearly 4,000 meters down. The captain described the sensation as sailing under the shape of air. The bronze bowls ceased ringing on their own. Their water began to levitate. Crew members floated mid-air, not bodily, but perceptually, as if lifted from themselves. Each man described seeing a single shape appear in the darkness, outside the portholes, a long vertical wound in the ocean, glowing slightly, not with light, but with heatless motion. It was neither creature nor machine. It was described as a window into memory, and from within it, they claimed, a voice said nothing, but the pressure formed syllables in their teeth. Then the sub rotated. Without any propulsion, it turned 180 degrees, and began to rise, slowly, as though released from grip. Upon surfacing, all instruments rebooted simultaneously. The ink from their logbooks had turned clear. When exposed to air, the pages became blank. Only the salt stains remained, perfectly shaped into small nested spirals. One sailor would later develop an inner ear rhythm disorder, causing him to hear the ocean in whispers even miles inland. The Kosetsu Maru was dry docked, its bronze bowls sold as temple relics to an anonymous collector. Years later, a Japanese naval vessel passing the same coordinates would detect a heartbeat-like pulse, not from a living thing, but from the depth itself. That pulse, 13 seconds in duration, now marks a zone modern bathymetric scanners refuse to process. When data is forced through, it returns only black. No terrain, no readings, just a stillness, too precise to be accidental. They call it aim no utsuroi, the drift of heaven. But the monks who rid the bowl echoes that day say its real name cannot be spoken, only exhaled between lives. By May 1938, news of the Kaihu Maru's silent return had rippled through maritime research circles across Southeast Asia and Europe, not as a tale of discovery, but as a caution of something too receptive. It was not what the sea hid, but what it acknowledged that unsettled those who read the declassified fragments. A response had occurred, not a beast, not a sound, but a structural recognition. It became clear that the pressure signatures were not accidental echoes, but replies to something forgotten by time, something humanity had once known how to say. The Dutch deep ocean relay ship, HMS Wellspring, was next to be dispatched, though not by military order. Its funding came from a private archive in Amsterdam, a philosophical society devoted to lost knowledge systems, including the mythical Spreeksy Codex, a rumored volume of pressure glyphs once used to read and write into the folds of the sea. The Wellspring's task to find out if water could carry memory without mass, and more specifically, whether pressure waves could overwrite the historical shape of an object. If a vessel could be told to remember something it had never known. Fitted with a first-of-its-kind perception antechamber, a steel room suspended mid-hull, and isolated from engine vibration, the ship carried no traditional hydrophones. Instead it deployed liquid pressure molders, small spheres that deformed when exposed to sustained harmonic fields. On the morning of May 21st, the Wellspring drifted above a trench northwest of Palau, where older imperial records noted strange echo lag, delays in sonar return inconsistent with topography. Their plan was simple: play a sequence of mathematically nested tones through submerged copper plates, and see if the sea responded. What came back was not a tone, it was a silhouette. The pressure molder nearest the port side began to warp, not crack or collapse, but reshape, its surface puckering inward, as if gripped by a gentle but precise force. Its new form was not random. When scanned, it revealed a curve identical to the hull arc of the Wellspring itself, but inverted. Not a mirror, a memory. The ocean had returned the idea of the vessel from a perspective no one aboard had ever held. Then came the voices, not through radio or air, but as pulses against the eardrum, not sound, just intention. Each crew member heard it differently, like listening through dream water. Someone knocking on wood, someone walking above their childhood bedroom, someone calling them by names they hadn't heard since infancy. The antechamber began to vibrate, not with movement, but with certainty. The metal floor plates formed condensation rings that mapped out spiral glyphs, identical to those seen aboard the Rivoluzione Profonda, though none of the crew knew of that event. One linguist who had never spoken a word of Old Dutch aloud, began to mutter phrases written in a long-lost dialect from Zealand, lines only ever found carved into shipwreck wood. He who floats twice is already below. Then the vessel's coordinates disappeared from its own navigation systems. It did not move, but the sea no longer gave it a place. The Wellspring had become unmoored from geographical certainty. For 17 minutes, no satellite, no radar, no compass could place her. The ship simply existed. The water beneath her lost temperature, not cold, void. The pressure molders all cracked simultaneously, spilling their liquefied cores in perfect concentric circles across the hull. Then, as suddenly as it began, location returned, instruments rebooted. But now, every sonar ping gave back 2 returns, one accurate, one lagging behind by 13 seconds, as if the sea remembered its presence and kept echoing it forward. The ship docked quietly. It was never redeployed. One of its brass bells now hangs in the Rijksmuseum, covered in faint spirals not etched by hand, but grown in salt. When struck, it rings twice, once now, and once again, 13 seconds later. In August 1938, during a rare confluence of atmospheric pressure anomalies over the Philippine Sea, the British Royal Navy initiated a covert acoustic surveillance mission under the guise of a meteorological equipment drop. The vessel assigned, HMS Amersham Fold, was retrofitted not for combat, but for harmonic translation. It carried no weapons. Instead, its lower deck was converted into a chamber of resonance, lined with pressure-reactive glass that had been tempered to vibrate only at frequencies above 20 kHz, above human hearing, but within the range of certain aquatic species, and perhaps deeper intelligences. At the heart of this mission was an experiment involving negative space. Could a vessel, by withholding sound rather than producing it, stimulate the trench into revealing the shape of its own silence? The sea had always answered with pulses, echoes, returns. But what if the question was simply, what have you not told us? Once they reached 5,000 meters above a known pressure void along the Kyushu-Palau Ridge, the ship ceased all vibration. Engines were cut, instruments powered down. Even the ballast was stabilized manually. For 4 hours, the Amersham Fold became a stillness embedded in moving water. No crew spoke. Breathing was paced, timed, measured. Then, as if reacting to this quiet, the ocean began to respond, not through motion or sound, but adjustment. The sea no longer pushed or rocked the ship. Instead, it held her. Buoyancy didn't fluctuate. Depth sensors reported zero drift. Outside, the pressure increased inwards, not on the hull, but into the hull's shadow. The silence had cast something deeper than shade. From beneath the stern, something began to form. A ridge, a long thin spiral that sonar initially misread as cable drag, but which extended outwards in a perfect logarithmic curve. It was a signature made of density, like calligraphy pressed into fluid. At 3:13 a.m., every pane of pressure glass within the resonance chamber began to fog, not with condensation, but with swirling particulate that moved in glyph-like spirals. The glass plates began to flex, resonating not from external sound, but from internal response. The ship was humming, not from machinery, but from being addressed. The resonance formed a tone too high to be heard, yet every man aboard tasted iron in his mouth. The medical officer described a brief paralysis of language. Thoughts arrived, but words would not form. Then came the false sunrise. A glow emerged beneath the ship, 200 meters down, not bright, but wide, as though a field of something bioluminescent had turned not outward, but inward, illuminating the idea of a horizon from below. It pulsed once every 13 seconds, slowly, with gravity. Then came the drift. The ship began to rotate on its own, moving not in current, but as though following a track of thought laid beneath it. No wake, no resistance. Crew members experienced flash memory, images of rooms they had never visited, corridors lit by lanterns swinging in pressureless space, journals without ink, but filled with indentation. Some wept, not from fear, but from a feeling of being understood. The ship was now part of a grammar, too large for language. The silence had become syntax. The pressure had answered not with violence, but with comprehension. At 3:26 a.m., the glow below dissipated. The spiral beneath the stern collapsed, not violently, but like paper folding into water. All fog inside the chamber vanished. The plates returned to their original clarity. The Amersham Fold rose with no difficulty, but each brass screw removed from the deck afterward bore the same groove pattern, an interlocking ring of nested spirals, measured exactly at 13.13 millimeters. No tool aboard had the capacity to etch them. The vessel was retired, declared structurally ambiguous, and dismantled at sea. Its parts were dispersed across scrapyards, but in every port where its hull had once touched, radios would briefly cut out at night, always at 3:13 a.m. Not with static, not with a tone, just a sudden vacuum of transmission, as though something vast far below had leaned in to listen, and decided, just once, to stop answering. In December 1938, in the final weeks before the Atlantic winter choked the northern shipping routes, the Norwegian vessel Nansenhaven Drift embarked on an unpublicized ice-skirting voyage toward a specific coordinate cluster between Jan Mayen and Bear Island. The trip, masked as a cartographic mission, carried no freight, no trawling nets, and no commercial crew. Instead, it was staffed with experimental physicists, glaciologists, and a newly assembled acoustic response team under direction from the Norwegian Technical Institute. The target, a recurring sonar distortion, referred to as the hollow fold, a momentary loss of sound not accompanied by silence, but by negative echo, a phenomenon where sonar pings returned not as duplicates, but as inversions. These ghost returns bore no clear geometry, yet analysis revealed a harmonic inversion, consistent with audio recorded during the Selwood incident in 1933. And so, the Nansenhaven drift set out not to listen to the sea, but to provoke it into revealing its own structure of listening. The ship was equipped with a unique apparatus called the Skjold grid, a matrix of pressure-sensitive tiles, arranged along the hull's inner shell, that could detect microscale fluctuations in resonance, effectively mapping how the ocean touched the ship, rather than how the ship measured the ocean. The logic was radical. If the anomalies weren't sound, but instead the pressure of observation, then perhaps the ocean wasn't echoing, perhaps it was recording. At 3:12 a.m., drifting silently just above a sloped trench formation known only as Line K, the grid began to respond, not with impact or stress fractures, but with song, each tile lit faintly with phosphorescent flare, not from electricity, but from bioluminal algae embedded in the sealant, a byproduct of a prior Arctic research voyage. These organisms glowed only when compressed, but here no force had touched them. They lit in sequence, in cadence. A ripple of light danced across the ship's spine, first port to starboard, then bow to stern, forming a precise 5-point spiral, as if something vast and slow-moving had laid a hand across the hull and pressed gently. Then the pulse came, not from beneath, but from within the water itself. The surrounding sea stiffened, current vanished, wind died, and the ship began to tilt, not from movement, but as though it were rotating within a pressure map. Time slowed, clocks ticked audibly, each second sounding slightly wet, as if submerged in gel. Crew began to whisper in unison, quoting lines from the Old Norse Völuspá, none of which had been brought aboard or studied. The wind turns black, the sea groans deep, the bones remember. Overhead, the stars flickered, just once, as though blinked through a lens that wasn't sky. Then the Skjold grid began to shed water, steam without heat. One of the physicists collapsed, convulsing as he drew a series of angular spirals on the floorboards, his fingers trembling. They weren't random. They were trench diagrams, mapped in reverse, as if he were charting not seabed, but something rising. At precisely 3 hours, 13 minutes and 13 seconds, the lights cut. The ship coasted in total blackout. No instruments responded, but every crew member reported seeing light beneath their closed eyelids, a slow rotating ring like a crown of flame turning inside out. For 13 minutes, no one moved. Then the grid deactivated. The sea resumed, lights returned, but the ship had shifted by 3.13 nautical miles, without propulsion, and in the logs, a final automated entry appeared. Time stamped exactly 3 hours, 13 minutes and 13 seconds. Pressure no longer received. It now observes. The ship returned to Tromsø in silence. The grid was dismantled. The algae samples were preserved, though they have never glowed again. The physicist never recovered. He no longer speaks. But every night, at precisely 3:13 a.m., he wakes, sits upright, and traces a spiral into the air with his finger. 6 turns, always counterclockwise. No one knows what he sees, but his heartbeat, measured during these moments, matches exactly the pulse recorded in the hollow fold event, a tempo the ocean never forgot. In April 1939, amidst growing wartime distractions, an obscure biological research initiative, known as Project Demolitt, Project Twilight, was quietly launched off the western coast of Sulawesi by a consortium of German-Japanese bioluminescence researchers. The initiative was fronted as an ichthyological survey, but its true intention had been buried within translated Javanese mytho-historical manuscripts and pre-colonial Macassan oral histories, legends of a night-faced sea god, whose gaze brought paralysis and whose limbs pulsed rings of cobalt fire beneath the moonless ocean. Local tales spoke of entire fishing villages falling silent after witnessing the umbak mata, or wave of eyes, a phrase always whispered, never sung. Scientific interest peaked when scattered submarine reports from the Banda Sea recorded cascading photonic bursts, occurring in patterns resembling Morse sequences, except inverted, with pulses separated by moments of perfect pressure stasis. The deep assumed its own language. What was unknown was whether it had learned this, or always possessed it. Enter the Kaihu Maru, a reinforced observation craft, jointly funded by Kyoto University and Berlin's Institute for Sensory Bioenergetics. Her crew consisted of marine neurologists, deep pressure technicians, and a single cryptobotanist, who had claimed to isolate a strain of cephalopod skin that glowed in reaction to unspoken human intent. Their vessel carried an array of electrochemical flares embedded with serotonin-mimicking compounds, essentially underwater light pheromones, designed to provoke communicative response from bioluminescent organisms. At 3,300 meters, just beyond the reach of the lightless reef systems near Buru Island, the first response came, not from a fish, nor from light, but from time. One crewman reported his watch began ticking backward, not erratically, but slowly, as if time itself was hesitant. Then came the pulses, soft concentric waves of blue light forming circles in the water, each ring only visible for an instant, and always arranged in triplets. The octopuses, if that was what they were, never revealed full form, only fragments, a curved arm here, a blinking eye suspended in blackness. The rings of light did not shimmer, they commanded. As the flares dissolved into the trench, something larger approached. The pressure around the hull changed, not in magnitude, but in quality. It became difficult to breathe, even with regulated oxygen. The neurologist aboard began to sweat and murmur in languages not his own, lines of Latin scripture, interrupted by Macassan vowel tones. Then the first direct contact occurred. A long ribbon-like arm extended from the blackness, lined with rings that blinked inward, each pulse targeting the ship's forward lighting grid. The vessel's lights dimmed, not mechanically, but as if overruled. Shadows formed within the cabin, and then came the neurological cascade. Each member of the crew experienced the same vision, an inverted sky, where stars formed glyphs, and the ocean above writhed with shapes that sang in pressure. One technician collapsed, blood pouring from his ears, clutching the back of his neck. Scans showed a complete remapping of his vestibular nerve. He could no longer distinguish gravity. The ship's external plating began to glow faintly, not in reflection, but as if absorbing the light from the rings outside, and retransmitting it like memory. At 3:13 a.m., the blue rings surrounded the ship completely. They pulsed inwards once, then stopped. For precisely 13 seconds, no one aboard moved. The ship's instruments recorded nothing, no pressure, no sound, no light. It was as if the vessel had been placed into a null zone, a void cradled in absolute intentionality. And then, just as the crew began to feel their limbs again, the creature or collection released a final flash, so bright it seared into the corneas of everyone on board. Vision returned minutes later, but every crew member now saw light differently. Their rods and cones had shifted. Tests conducted later revealed they could detect ultraviolet patterns undetectable to the unaided human eye. One scientist could no longer see faces, only their pressure signatures, blooming like faint halos around human skin. The Kaihu Maru was quarantined. The crew was sent to disparate labs, never allowed to reunite. But every one of them, across countries, institutions and cultures, reported the same symptom at exactly 3:13 every morning. Their vision filled with glowing blue rings, even in total darkness, even when their eyes were closed. Following the incident, aboard the Kaihu Maru, a wave of low-frequency hydroacoustic disturbances began to emanate intermittently from the same quadrant of the Banda Sea. Naval monitoring stations across Okinawa, Guam, and Darwin received identical telemetry at precisely 3:13 a.m. local time over the span of several nights, brief pulses structured in rhythmic triplets, sometimes arriving inverted, as if being broadcast simultaneously from two spatially entangled points. What concerned Allied intelligence more than the pulses was the effect they began to have on nearby vessels. Small research boats and fishing craft reported crew-wide disorientation, hallucinations, and strange somatic resonance. Crew members touching the hulls of their own ships claimed to hear soft clicking inside their arms. A decision was made to intercept and triangulate the pulses using a covert Australian monitoring vessel disguised as a maritime weather surveyor. Its name MV Ellen Vale. The ship was equipped with triple-band resonance mics and magnetic sonar dampening coils. Morsen Kasselbin Resonance Max and magnetic sonar dampening coils. Its crew, carefully selected, included linguists, cryptographers, and a trio of post-trauma neurologists, trained in dealing with non-verbal sensory loss. What none of them expected was the shape of what would greet them, not a creature, but an environment that behaved like a memory. At 2,800 meters, the first pulses arrived, not through sonar, but by tactile resonance against the ship's bow. The vessel had become an eardrum. Pressure waves moved across its skin in spirals. One linguist said it felt like 1,000 fingertips brushing letters into steel. No external life was visible. No eyes, no limbs, only light, concentric rings of dim blue, fluttering like gills, but suspended mid-column, and inside each ring, not emptiness, but images. The radiologists aboard recorded projections that played against the curvature of the sea, star maps, but twisted, as if seen from beneath the crust of a different world. One projection displayed a spiral folding into itself endlessly, like a Mobius strip collapsing toward a center that never came. The neurologists began to show signs of mirrored brainwave alignment. All three synchronized to identical theta rhythms, each pulsing at 13.13 Hz, an exact match to the recorded octopus emissions from the Kaihu Maru. What appeared next defied scientific protocol. Light infiltrated the vessel, not through windows, but via electromagnetic hallucination. Entire rooms were described as glowing, even when bathed in darkness. Engineers tore apart circuit panels, only to find their copper coils humming in triplet rhythm, despite being powered down. Then came the first seizure. The youngest member of the sonar crew collapsed, clutching his head, whispering in tones that mimicked whale clicks. Though when recorded, the frequency was found to match not cetaceans but human infant heartbeats, modulated into a language with no vowels. He recovered minutes later, blind in one eye, but convinced he had seen the organ from which the pulses came. He drew it rapidly, a spiral chamber, like the cochlea of a mammal, nested in 5 curves, each ring marked with radiating light. The structure wasn't organic, it was architectural, a cathedral, not of walls or worship, but of vibration. The neurologists confirmed an impossible truth. His drawing mapped perfectly onto the fluid cavity structure of the human inner ear, but scaled to over 300 meters in diameter. The implication was chilling. The creature, or mechanism, was not hearing. It was the ear. It was the act of listening, turned inward upon itself. At 3:13 a.m., the crew reported their final contact. The light vanished. The pressure collapsed. The sea beneath the vessel became glass still, and in that moment, every crew member heard a sound that left no trace, no recording, no physical impulse, just sensation. It was not a voice, not a song, it was recognition, a feeling of being catalogued, labeled, filed under something else's taxonomy. One final ring of blue light passed beneath the MV Ellen Vale, spinning once, then disappearing into a crack in the trench that hadn't been there hours before. When the ship surfaced, their instruments found a new log entry, one no one had written. It read, "You've heard us now. Do not return until you've learned to speak with light." The vessel was decommissioned, the crew was dispersed, but in isolated facilities across Australia and Japan, blindfolded volunteers undergoing deep theta stimulation now report identical hallucinations. A blue-ringed spiral, unfolding in darkness, blinking once every 13 seconds, and the sensation that the light is not watching them, but waiting. By late 1939, what had once been dismissed as scattered anomalies, glowing rings, pressure echoes, synchronized hallucinations, was gaining definition within the upper ranks of Japan's maritime ministry and the German Kriegsmarine's experimental division. A quiet consensus had begun to emerge. Something deep within the Banda Arc was responding, and its responses were not random. They were instructional, unreadable, yes, but deliberate. As a final attempt to confront the phenomenon directly before wartime tensions rendered exploration impossible, the Axis-aligned Biotechnical Command launched an unregistered craft, simply designated Unit Tau-X. It was deployed not as a research submarine, but as a human sensor array. The crew, 12 men and 1 woman, were all selected for their altered neurological thresholds, synesthetes, trauma survivors, monks who could enter theta states on command, and deaf individuals with exceptional vibrational sensitivity. The vessel's interior was lined with conductive silk, woven with copper filaments, to amplify even the faintest changes in sea pressure. No sonar, no engines. Tau-X was to drift, listen, and feel. At 3,600 meters, contact began. First through dreams, crew reported identical visions of a deep spiral, always rotating inward, always lit from within by pulsing rings of blue light. In the dreams, they stood not in water, but in a darkened dome with no ceiling, surrounded by floating glyphs, shaped like vibrating scars. These symbols did not move, they resonated. When transcribed, they formed a rhythm, but not a message, an alphabet of breath. Over the course of 2 nights, the pressure surrounding Tau-X fluctuated in soft melodic intervals. The silk walls of the ship trembled in harmonic layers, multiple frequency bands weaving together into what one monk called the sound of a question being shaped. Then came the event. At precisely 3:13 a.m., on the 3rd night, the entire vessel convulsed, not from impact, but from internal atmospheric reversal. Gravity shifted. The floor became the ceiling. The crew, suspended in liquid-cooled suits, reported not falling, but being inverted without movement. Their bodies had not moved, but their orientation within pressure had. The ship was now drifting within a spiral field. No stars could be seen through the scope, only concentric rings of bioluminescent shadow. And in the center, something immense, a column, pulsing slowly, with rings of cobalt light, expanding from its unseen base. It was not solid, it was not transparent, it was aware, and with each pulse, the walls of the ship changed color, not from pigment, but from frequency shift. What had once been silk began to shudder, with what could only be called recognition, not thought, not empathy, just noticing. Then the crew began to lose identity. Their EEG patterns, monitored silently by the ship's analog dials, began to align. Every brain on board synchronized to the same rhythm. They were no longer 12 minds, they were one field. Within this union, they began to see not visions, but instruction, not in language, in motion. Pressure folds, pulse breaks, light spirals that pointed inward, not to a location, but to a concept, that what they were witnessing was not alive, but it had once been spoken into function. One crew member reached out, not physically, but psychically. His breath stopped, his pulse slowed, and then the silk chamber glowed with the shape of a massive eye, drawn in condensation, then fading. He died minutes later. Autopsy would reveal that his inner ear had calcified mid-dive, forming a perfect spiral of mineral rings, resembling the cochlear architecture of a blue-ringed octopus. The rest of the crew survived, but none returned unchanged. They did not speak, they did not write. For months they sat in complete silence in isolation facilities across Southeast Asia, occasionally blinking in triplets, at exactly 3:13 a.m. And when tested under low-frequency sonic exposure, each one, no matter their prior condition, would hum a single, matching tone, 13.13 Hz, neither high nor low, just exact, like a lock trying to remember the key. The fate of Tau-X remains unconfirmed. One theory suggests it was absorbed into the spiral, repurposed as a resonance node for whatever lives, or dreams, beneath the ark. But every few months, on deep-sea microphones anchored near the original descent point, a tone reappears. It never asks, it never screams, it simply repeats, like a creature waiting for its mirror to learn how to reflect back. In early January 1940, a final unauthorized mission was attempted before wartime jurisdiction swallowed up all independent oceanographic research. This last descent, dubbed Operation Blaukreis, Blue Circle, was initiated by a renegade faction within the German Naval Signal Intelligence Service. They were not soldiers, but cryptographers and tonal cartographers, individuals obsessed with patterns of signal disruption reported from the South Maluku Trench system. While most of the world prepared for military invasion, these men sought something deeper, confirmation of an intelligence operating at the threshold between pressure and perception, buried in the sea like a listening organ, veiled in light. Their vessel, the FS-07A, was no larger than a harbour ferry, hastily modified for deep water drift, and fitted with a labyrinth of analog oscillographs, low-frequency hydrophones, and most unusually, an echo prism, a custom-built cylindrical chamber that bounced received sonar pulses in spiral reflections to amplify asymmetries. The goal not to locate the source of the blue-ringed pulses, but to reconstruct its signature by feeding its echoes back upon themselves. The FS-07A began its descent in silence, armed with nothing but slow drift ballast and caffeine-dosed paranoia. By 2,900 meters, familiar signs returned: pressure stabilization, glass fogging in spirals, and most tellingly, rhythmic flickers of ultramarine radiance beneath the port side. 3 rings, then none, then a singular, hovering glow like a frozen eye open beneath black water. The oscillograph needle stuttered, not from malfunction, but hesitation. It trembled between frequencies, indecisive, then aligned to a pure, unwavering tone, 13.13 Hz. What followed wasn't a signal, it was a reply, one not addressed to the vessel, but to the prism itself. From within the echo chamber, a sound began to bleed outward, not audible, but tactile. The crew felt it in their teeth, in the bones behind their eyes, in the soft tissues of their throats. It was not pain, it was alignment. They activated the prism. It refracted the returning signal, sending it backward and inward, feeding the blue ring pulse into itself, and the sea responded. The darkness lit up, not with fire, not with light, but with structure. Outlines emerged from the void, like veins surfacing in frost, shapes without form, pressure gradients behaving like bones, and at the heart of it, the silhouette of a spiral cathedral, a conical void rimmed with flickering halos, descending endlessly, not made of matter, not imagination, a pressure memory, folding in on itself with every wave of returning signal. The crew was silent. One man wept, though he could not explain why. The captain ordered descent. The vessel began to tilt, drawn not by gravity, but by synchronization. Every mechanism, aligned to the signal. Gyros spun freely. Timepiece gears slowed. Even ink in the onboard logbook began to pulse outward, forming faint rings around words that hadn't yet been written. At 3:13 a.m., the ocean turned to whisper. The water against the hull no longer pushed. It hummed. Pressure became language, and the echo prism began to resonate, not with feedback, but with instruction. The chamber walls shimmered with inverted glyphs, visible only in peripheral vision. Those who stared directly saw only darkness, but when eyes were closed, the spirals formed, always pulsing inward. Then the cabin lights extinguished, not from power loss, from choice. The vessel had been unplugged, not from energy, but from time. No one aboard would remember what followed, not clearly. But when the FS-07A resurfaced 49 hours later, its entire hull had been etched with rings, hundreds of overlapping cobalt-brushed circles that shimmered in light but left no shadow. The echo prism had liquefied, and in the ship's logbook, a final entry remained. We sang to it. It sang back, but we did not understand what song means when spoken by depth. The crew never reintegrated into society. Most were placed under institutional supervision in rural mountain sanatoria across Austria and Croatia. But even there, reports persisted. Every morning at exactly 3:13 a.m., blue rings of light would appear on their walls, projected from nowhere, each ring folding slowly into the next, and always without fail, they would weep, not from pain, but from the sensation of being missed, as if something deep, something that once responded to their voice, no longer heard them, as if it had turned its face elsewhere, back into the dark folds of the trench, listening now for someone who could finally speak back in rings. In March of 1940, deep within the Atlantic patrol grid, north of the Azores, the German submarine U-237 was tasked with intercepting Allied freighter routes along the mid-Atlantic ridge. While the vessel was assigned to standard Wolfpack routines, its route was peculiarly circuitous, deliberately charted to pass over a narrow trench where multiple U-boats had previously reported interference events. The logs from these earlier vessels were vague, mentions of hull vibrations not tied to current, erratic ballast swings and crew-wide vertigo. But what drew greater attention was the case of U-514, which in 1939 recorded a mysterious low-frequency tone on its sonar that repeated every 3 minutes and 13 seconds, a tone never traced to ship or sea life. U-237, under the pretense of a munitions run, carried experimental frequency mapping equipment built by the Telefunken Institute. Their objective, known only to 3 aboard, was not engagement, it was to listen. By the 3rd day, after drifting silently into the target zone at 4,300 meters, the U-237 recorded the first signal. Not a tone, not a wave, but a pause, a blank space within the sonar sweep that refused to echo. It pulsed like a dropped heartbeat, repeating every 193 seconds. Then came the reverberation, a rising harmonic that mirrored the U-boat's own propeller cycle, as if the water had memorized its sound and begun echoing it back, not delayed, but preemptively. Engineers confirmed the impossible. The sonar grid began responding before the pings were emitted, mapping back phantom outlines in pressure that had not yet arrived. At first the outlines were vague, rounded blurs, concentric folds. Then they sharpened. They revealed arches, curves, pillars, a form resembling a corridor, an architecture of return. The crew grew silent. Some ceased speaking entirely. Others began hearing ticking behind their teeth. Captain Drexler, a former music instructor, said he could no longer tell when silence began. He claimed the sea had remembered a noise that hadn't happened yet, and was now rehearsing. At 3:13 a.m. on the 5th day, the main sonar monitor blacked out. A high-pitched scream, like metal shearing under starlight, filled the ship for 13 seconds, and then nothing. The lights returned, but the sonar now displayed a singular glyph, rotating endlessly, 3 spirals intertwined, marked by 12 faint rings. The shape defied translation, but matched etchings recovered from a Macassan drift net trawled near Sulawesi in 1899. The implication sent panic through the command. This signal was not new. It had always existed, merely waiting for replay. The U-boat began to drift backward, its heading reversing despite engines disabled. External sensors recorded movement through a pressurized column denser than the surrounding sea, as if sliding down a smooth invisible tunnel. No life forms were detected, but everyone aboard began experiencing a shared hallucination, a massive coiled being of translucent rings, blinking with bioluminescent patterns, spiraling around the vessel. They described it not as an animal, but a memory of pressure, watching them from outside time. The forward ballast tank ruptured, not from force, but from internal vacuum. It had not been crushed, it had been emptied, like lungs exhaling a name. Then as suddenly as it began, the event ended. At exactly 3:13 the next night, the U-boat's power returned, and the sonar tone ceased. But when the ship surfaced days later, every time-keeping device aboard displayed the same frozen time, 3 hours 13 minutes and 13 seconds. The voyage's logs, magnetic tapes, and frequency maps had been overwritten, not erased, but encoded with a repeating spiral made of dashes and dots, unreadable by machine, but painfully visible to the human eye. Crew members experienced migraines when looking directly at it. And in the captain's cabin, one final entry had been scrawled into the bulkhead, not in ink, but burned into the paint with a soldering tip. We became the echo, and now something waits for us to finish the sentence. Following the debrief of U-237, the German Naval Office sealed all reports under Kriegsmarine Directive 47N, effectively classifying the entire mission as a navigational failure due to depth pressure miscalibration. But within the corridors of a coastal intelligence station in Heligoland, 3 acousticians and 1 theoretical linguist were granted quiet access to the full sonar log. These men were not naval officers, they were resonance analysts, trained not in warfare, but in deciphering symmetries across frequency spaces, especially within echo-dense environments like cathedral vaults, ice caverns, or the deep ocean. The spiraling glyph retrieved from U-237 was redrawn across 5 frequency bands, filtered through analog Fourier inversion, and then pulse-shifted through mirrored sequences. The result, a 3-dimensional harmonic structure resembling a cochlear map, but not for human ears. One analyst whispered, "It's a pressure diagram, a hearing not of sound, but of movement." What they had discovered was a syntax, a form of proto-language woven into the sea's fabric, spoken not in words, but in pause and reply. Meanwhile, 800 miles west, the British sloop HMS Virili, tasked with deep cable maintenance for a transatlantic telegraph relay, reported abrupt disruptions in signal clarity near the same trench where U-237 had drifted. Communications were breaking into repetitive oscillations, as if the wires were being played. The breaks did not resemble sabotage or wear. Instead, they mimicked intentional stutters. Engineers heard what they described as breathing through the metal. The lead technician rigged a makeshift amplifier to the deepest relay coil. What he heard stopped him cold. 13 tones, identical, subsonic, and every one spaced exactly 193 seconds apart. The same interval logged by U-237. Even worse, when layered atop each other in audio playback, the tones created a rising spiral of compression, a sound that tightened the lungs, caused nosebleeds in proximity, and left no audio trace on tape. It was sound that behaved like memory, fading only when acknowledged. The Virili's captain, skeptical but cautious, authorized a controlled sonar broadcast of a single repeated phrase in Morse, "Identify." The sea replied, not in sound, but in silence. The sonar returned blank for 12 minutes. Then 1 dot, 1 dash, then silence again. Linguists later concluded the reply didn't match any conventional pattern. Instead, it mimicked the first known interruption in the Virili's relay coil. The sea had remembered being interrupted, and now responded with its own version of memory, fragmented, ghost-like, and indifferent to comprehension. The captain terminated all deep line operations and returned to port. Upon return, strange symptoms plagued the telegraph crew. One began compulsively drawing spirals on every surface. Another would freeze for 13 seconds at 3:13 each morning, eyes unblinking, as if waiting. Across the Atlantic, U.S. naval intelligence intercepted partial logs and frequency maps from both vessels. Though fragmented, they were enough to trigger panic in certain quarters of the Office of Naval Research. A clandestine memo labeled Reverberation Events was circulated. Its warning was cryptic: avoid recursive sonar in unbounded trench zones. Pressure symmetry may result in signal collapse. Most officers dismissed it as garbled Cold War paranoia. But in the basement of a Cambridge sound laboratory, 2 researchers overlaid the U-237 spiral onto a map of the mid-Atlantic ridge's subduction echoes. The fit was near perfect. One of them, previously skeptical, muttered, "It's not where they are, it's when they're listening." A pattern was forming, not of contact, but of invitation. A pressure door slightly ajar, pulsing in 13-second intervals, waiting for a voice not yet born. By mid-1940, a hush began to settle over all naval frequencies surrounding the Azores Trench. Reports that once trickled upward, sonar anomalies, crew-wide hallucinations, reversed echo patterns, began to disappear, not because they ceased, but because they were now redirected. Naval personnel were instructed to file any signal anomalies under weather-based sonar scatter or instrumentation failure, regardless of the content. Yet one vessel slipped through the cracks. The Portuguese survey ship Estrela Marinha, privately owned and loosely affiliated with the Royal Hydrographic Society, had been conducting a series of geological mappings along the trench's drop-off. They were civilian, but their equipment, particularly their analog subsonic hydrograph, was more advanced than most military vessels. On the night of July 3rd, their mapping grid detected an impossibility, a harmonic fold that did not reflect sound. It wasn't that sonar couldn't penetrate it. It was that the signal vanished entirely within its bounds, leaving a perfect blank dome of silence suspended at 4,100 meters. Curious and unconstrained by protocol, the crew lowered a spherical dive capsule, unmanned but equipped with vibration-sensitive ink cartridges. As the sphere descended, ink patterns began to swirl across the internal chamber. They weren't splattered or smeared, but drawn with steady, spiral grace, like a hand sketching thoughts underwater. By 3,800 meters, the capsule's outer frame began to resonate. Not shake, resonate. Pressure wasn't crushing it, it was singing to it. The ink responded. From vague curls emerged precise circles, then eyes, then a mouth, not screaming, but open, wide enough to swallow memory. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the signal feed cut out, not with a burst, but with a fade. The last image recorded on the capsule's onboard plate, 3 concentric spirals glowing in ultramarine, with no sea life or terrain in view, just darkness and structure. When the capsule was retrieved 6 hours later, the ink inside had solidified, not by drying, but by dehydration. The pressure gauge showed no breach, no flooding. Yet all water had been removed, as if something within the dome had pulled the moisture molecule by molecule through untouched steel. The phenomenon was deemed inexplicable, and worse, unprovable. Officially, the report was shelved, but the lead technician, a quiet man named Diniz Farao, couldn't sleep. Every night at 3:13 a.m., he awoke to his wife's voice whispering from the kitchen. Only she wasn't there. The whisper wasn't speech, it was sound shaped like breath. When he finally recorded it, he discovered something worse. The waveform exactly matched the ink spirals from the capsule's final image. Desperate, Diniz returned to the vessel's hydrograph logs, and overlaid each sonar sweep recorded across the previous 12 days. The composite image, when reversed and contrast inverted, revealed a towering spiral glyph, stretching not downward, but upward, as if the trench was transmitting memory into the surface world, etched in pressure, waiting to be unfolded. When played as a wave cycle, it repeated 13 tones in slow sequence, each growing louder but never changing frequency. What alarmed Diniz most was not the sound, but what came after. For 13 seconds after the last tone, complete silence, not ambient, not static, a forced stillness, as if the world itself had paused. In that silence he heard, clearly, the sound of someone inhaling. From inside the speaker, one breath, then nothing. Weeks later, Estrela Marinha vanished without a distress call. Its final ping was received at 3:13 a.m. The message contained no words, just one simple harmonic 13.13 Hz, rising, then falling, like a voice practicing vowels in a throat without lungs. And in the final recorded log of Diniz's cabin, written in ink that shimmered under black light, was a question. If the sea has learned to listen, why does it still need us to speak? By the autumn of 1940, the U.S. Navy's Office of Scientific Research and Development had taken over large swaths of unexplained sonar reports near the Mid-Atlantic Trench. While officially labeled hydrographic anomalies, these files filed under Project HIM revealed a rising panic within the few circles that still had access to raw signal data. Every incident involving blue ring formations, harmonic spirals, or 13.13 Hz tones was being marked with a red insignia, 3 concentric circles, stitched by a diagonal wave. Only a few ships remained outside military classification. One of them, The SS Roderick Bay was a former merchant vessel turned private expeditionary ship, captained by a disgraced former Navy sonar specialist named Thomas Elgin. Elgin was obsessed with resonant interference patterns and claimed he had once heard a melody in sonar that matched a 16th century Gregorian chant. He believed the ocean had memory, not metaphorically, but structurally, and that deep pressure folds stored sound in layers, like rock holds fossil. The Roderick Bay was retrofitted with a primitive pulse mapping grid and a suspended oscillator array, capable of emitting long-tone waveforms into trench gradients. In October 1940, they began transmissions at 3:13 a.m., 13 tones at 13-second intervals, all tuned to 13.13 Hz. For 4 days the sea gave nothing back, but on the 5th, the oscillators began to respond, not with feedback, but with delay. Each emitted tone was returned not immediately, but with 13 seconds of silent drift. Then, like an echo folding backward, the tones returned twisted, warped through harmonic compression, reshaped into rising spirals of volume. The crew listened in awe, as their own tones returned not as signals, but as music, slow dirge-like patterns resembling a human choir recorded through water. The tones were imperfect, like imitations spoken by something that didn't have lungs but remembered hearing them once. Then the ship stopped moving. Engines were not disabled, they simply ceased resisting. The vessel began to rotate, not along current lines, but in a tightening spiral, always to the right, always downward. The ocean no longer pushed, it pulled. Elgin ordered full reverse thrust, but no change came. Below, the sonar printed a shape, not of terrain, not of animal, but of structure. A vast conical form with 13 stepped ridges, and a central spire made not of stone or steel, but of pressure. The map was clear. The sea had drawn a blueprint, and the Roderick Bay was at its entrance. Suddenly the harmonic tones ceased, but a new sound emerged, not heard through speakers, but inside the crew's skulls, a ringing, identical, tuned to the same impossible frequency, 13.13 Hz. Some cried out, others stood motionless. One crewman began convulsing, mumbling a wordless hum that matched the waveform perfectly. Elgin, overwhelmed by the pulsing quiet, fled to the transmission room and disabled the oscillator. The hum stopped, but the silence that followed was worse. For exactly 13 minutes, not one voice, not one footstep, not even a wave against the hull broke the stillness. And then from the starboard side, light blue rings, appearing in sets of 3, rising slowly from the depths, rotating not as light, but as awareness. The logbook ended there. When the Roderick Bay was discovered weeks later, drifting near the Cape Verde rise, its crew was gone, not drowned, not decomposed, just absent. Tables remained set, coats hung neatly, equipment untouched. But in the lower hull, carved into the steel with a soldering tool, was a single phrase in 13 languages, each perfectly aligned. We sang too closely to the echo. Now it sings without us. On board the Navy's retrieval vessel, every sonar technician reported an identical symptom at 3:13 a.m., teeth vibrating in sequence with their heartbeat. They were discharged the same week. Off the eastern seaboard of the United States lies a trench less notorious than the Puerto Rican Abyss or the Challenger Deep, but no less peculiar, the Hatteras Deep. It stretches beneath the coastal shelf, like a second shoreline, a forgotten groove carved beneath colonial shipping lanes and Civil War battlefields. In November of 1940, the US submarine USS Stygian was dispatched not for warfare, but for measurement. Tensions with the Axis had not yet pulled America fully into war, but the Navy was hungry for oceanographic control, especially in regions suspected of harboring rogue German signals. The Stygian, armed with new low-frequency sonar gear, was tasked with sweeping the entire length of the trench for any sign of communication, subsurface motion, or hydrothermal irregularity. From the surface, the descent was uneventful. The waters were calm, the crew well prepared. But at 3,400 meters, just as the Stygian reached the mouth of a narrow rift known as the Deep Gate, an unmistakable auditory event occurred. A scream, not from outside, not mechanical, but human. Every headset flared at once with the same impossibly sustained, breathless wail, vocal, low, and persistent. It echoed through the ship's comms even though no microphone had captured it. Then the sonar grid went dark, not off, not jammed, just empty, as if the ocean itself had turned away from sound. The crew panicked. They scoured every channel, tapped every pipe, rerouted every feed. The sound did not return, but the absence remained. Over the next several hours, strange symptoms spread among the officers. First nausea without vertigo, then bleeding gums. Finally, a fixation on the number 13. Crewmen reported hallucinations, symbols on the walls that vanished when touched, concentric rings around every shadow, and murmurs from behind bulkheads that matched each crewman's own voice, but in reverse. One of the sonar technicians collapsed. Before he lost consciousness, he whispered, "It's listening to what we will say." At precisely 3:13 a.m., the next morning, a rhythmic vibration began in the ship's bulkhead, not violent, not seismic, but musical. A pulse that traveled the length of the hull, up the stairwells, into the fingertips of every man on board. It wasn't shaking, it was resonating. The sonar crew rerouted the oscillator to record the internal hum, and when the waveform was plotted, the result chilled them. A perfect logarithmic spiral, identical to the shape of the human cochlea. The implication was immediate and horrifying. The sound wasn't just being heard, it was being remembered, recorded not on tape, but in the structure of the body itself. The ship had become an ear. One crewman, a mathematician by training, inverted the waveform. The result? A melodic structure that mapped onto Gregorian tonality, but with one note missing. The missing tone, when filled in, completed the spiral, forming a full circle of sound. They broadcast it once, just once, and the trench replied. What came back was not music, it was invocation. A roar made not of volume but of silence collapsed inward, as though a pressure dome had inverted and vacuumed reality itself. For 13 seconds, every man on board felt his bones elongate, not physically, but perceptually. Their limbs stretched in their minds, their torsos spiraled. Eyes could not blink, and then it stopped. The USS Stygian surfaced the next day. All crew survived, but no one could remember the scream, not its pitch, not its shape, only its absence, a cavity in memory where a sound once lived. And in the vessel's galley, written in chalk upon the ceiling, was a sentence that no man claimed to write: "Not all frequencies return, some only wait." 3 days after the USS Stygian surfaced, a Navy engineering vessel, the USNS Halberd, was dispatched to Hatteras Deep under the guise of relay cable testing. In truth, its mission was far more covert: to investigate the unexplained interruption patterns in the submarine's sonar logs, and to verify whether the spiral-shaped waveform recorded within the Stygian steel was unique or replicable. Equipped with 2 pressure-tuned microphones and a prototype resonance triangulation system, the Halberd lowered 3 sound capsules into the deep gate, each tethered to a specific tone frequency based on the Stygian's playback. The experiment began at 3 a.m. At 3:13 a.m., without fail, the sea reacted. The microphones picked up a deep, droning tone, unlike anything emitted by the Halberd. It was tuned not to a natural frequency, but to the exact harmonic average of the 3 capsule emissions, an arithmetic blend no known sea creature could produce. The tone escalated slowly, pressing like warm breath against the hull, until it shifted downward, twice dropping a perfect major third in pitch. It was not just feedback, it was correction. The ocean had adjusted the note, as if to say, "No, this is the key." In the data lab, the sound was processed through magnetic tape and waveform visualization. The first image startled the team, a tessellation of nested rings, forming a spiral with a single kink in its path. That kink, when plotted against frequency, mapped precisely to the moment the Stygian scream had begun. But now, the sound formed something more refined. A pulse, followed by silence, then a pulse again. 13 repetitions in perfect synchronicity with the ship's minute hand. The implication was immediate. The sea not only remembered the interaction, it had timed its response. Later that afternoon, a diver named Royce Bell was lowered to inspect one of the capsules, which had stopped transmitting. His descent was smooth, until he reached 3,650 meters. There, his vitals spiked. He began muttering through his mask, not in panic, but in a trance-like cadence. It's whispering through the gaps. It's folding light. It's naming me. The descent was aborted. When he was brought back aboard, Royce was unconscious, but uninjured. Hours later, when he awoke, he claimed to remember nothing, except for a color he could not name, one that didn't fit within the visible spectrum, but which he was certain the trench had worn like skin. At sunset, the crew replayed the recorded tones, layering them over the Stygian's spiral map. What emerged was not sound, but gesture, a kind of spatial choreography in audio, where each frequency translated into movement through curved space. The lab technician described it as pressure made articulate. One phrase echoed across the data team's final transcript. This is not a signal, it's a map to how pressure learns to think. That night, the halberd experienced a total power failure at exactly 3:13 a.m. For 13 minutes, every device on board remained active, yet disconnected. Gauges showed no loss. Lights dimmed but did not die. Communications were silent but intact. And from the upper deck, some crew heard a faint chorus below the waves, vibrating through their boots. The microphones did not record it, but one final note remained, scratched into the oscilloscope monitor by a shaken technician before he blacked out. Echoes don't return from that depth. They dream upward. The day after the halberd's blackout, the vessel's logs were sealed, and its entire crew reassigned. Publicly, the mission was declared a failed cable calibration exercise. Privately, the Navy convened a task group under the codename Project Spiral Wake, but not all information was contained. One junior technician, Mateo Reyes, had made unauthorized backups of the harmonic patterns using his personal reel-to-reel deck, fearing the official tapes would be erased. Fleeing naval jurisdiction, he traveled north to Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution and played the reels for a retired sonar expert named Dr. Claudia Norridge. The moment she heard the playback, she turned off the machine. "This isn't sonar," she whispered. "It's orientation. Something down there knows where we are, not where our ship is, but where we stand in time." Together, they examined the frequency shifts embedded within the tones. Each pulse was not merely louder or softer, it was temporally displaced, with micro-lags and accelerations unexplainable by underwater travel. These were not echoes, they were pre-echoes, signals returning before they had finished transmitting. The ocean wasn't bouncing sound back, it was sending its version of the sound forward, as if adjusting the present based on what it had already heard in the future. Norridge postulated the impossible. The trench operated like a temporal funnel, concentrating pressure into a sequence of predictive responses, creating a language not of words but of delay. That theory gained traction when they noticed one particularly distorted segment. 5 tones stretched in time, then flattened matched the seismic signal from a completely unrelated event. A minor tectonic slip recorded 2 weeks later in the same location. The tones had forecasted that event before it occurred. It was as if the trench had anticipated the shift. But how? Mateo suggested it wasn't precognition. It was resonant memory, built so densely within the pressure folds that the ocean calculated outcomes by analogy, like a hymn remembered not from the notes, but from the breath that would have sung them. Armed with this theory, Dr. Norridge requested access to Stygian's declassified logs. She found something buried deep in the analog recordings, a repeated low pulse at exactly 13.13 Hz, present in every sonar sweep, but never acknowledged. It had been dismissed as ambient engine hum, but when overlaid with Mateo's tape, it aligned perfectly with the pressure resonance from Hatteras Deep. The pulse didn't originate from the ship, it was embedded in the ocean. A natural constant, or worse, a deliberate artifact left behind by something that once listened here. At 3:13 a.m. on January 3, 1941, a stormless wave struck the Woods Hole dock where Mateo had anchored his vessel. It was a single unnatural swell, flat-topped without wind, thunder or origin. It shattered no boats, yet swept away every reel tape, notebook and waveform sketch from the building where he and Norwich had worked. When they checked the tide charts, something else unnerved them. The surge had not matched the ocean's pattern. It followed the rhythm of the harmonic spiral. In the days that followed, both Matteo and Dr. Norwich reported strange distortions in their perception of time. Objects moved slower in mirrors. Bells rang before they were struck. One morning, Norwich turned on her recorder only to hear herself already speaking from the future. "We are the memory they're building, not the audience." The echo. Her voice was flat, resigned, a pressure wave wrapped in flesh. And at the center of it all, 13 seconds of silence still hovered in every recording. Not absence, but something waiting to fill the gap. By the spring of 1941, the Navy quietly decommissioned all missions along the Hatteras Deep, labeling the area as an unstable acoustic corridor. But privately, their internal communications painted a more urgent portrait. Ships that crossed the trench reported not mechanical failures, but temporal dissonance. Clocks drifting backward for minutes at a time, radios playing messages from hours before, and men waking up with memories of conversations that hadn't yet occurred. These anomalies weren't random. They all occurred at or near 3:13 a.m., always 13 minutes after the hour, always while sonar pings were transmitting. The final recorded expedition into the trench came from the USS Harrogate, a civilian chartered vessel financed by a consortium of private physicists, convinced the trench was a natural amplifier of subsonic time fields. They weren't interested in marine life or wartime intelligence. They wanted to prove that the ocean itself could act as a predictive organ, echoing future probabilities through sound. Aboard was Dr. Ellis Farn, a signal theorist who believed Hatteras Deep was part of an ancient grid of natural harmonic machines, places where pressure could be used to calculate possibility. His crew lowered a sealed capsule into the trench, equipped not with sonar, but with a tone generator set to oscillate at 13.13 Hz. It emitted a single note, sustained for 13 minutes. The trench answered, but not with sound, with structure. The capsule's internal accelerometers picked up shifts in gravity that made no sense. Down wasn't down anymore. Pressure increased, but not evenly. It coiled, not in response to the ship, but in anticipation. Something in the trench knew the signal would arrive. It had already shaped itself for the moment. The crew above heard nothing, but the capsule's walls began to record impressions, not visual, not tactile, but spatial patterns encoded in material stress. When recovered, the hull bore a fine lattice of stress fractures, forming what Varn later described as a perfect harmonic braid. He recognized it immediately from his theoretical work. It was a harmonic memory coil, a structure designed to store energy in sequence, like a tape made from force. What terrified him wasn't the pattern. It was the date burned into the base of the capsule's interior, not etched by man, not stamped, but somehow engraved in heat-stressed steel. The date read July 17, 1950, 9 years in the future. Below it one word, begun. The Harrogate never returned. But months later, pieces of the vessel washed ashore near Cape Hatteras. Among the debris was a waterproof notebook belonging to Varn. Every page was blank, except one. That page bore a series of tonal diagrams, and a final message in ink that shimmered only under low-frequency light. The sea doesn't measure time, it conducts it. In the final days before records were sealed by naval decree, a last anomaly was logged by a weather buoy, positioned just above Hatteras Deep. For 13 nights in a row, at exactly 3:13 a.m., it recorded a rise in deep-sea temperature, not enough to be volcanic, but consistent. On the 14th night, the signal stopped. No heat, no pressure, just absence, like something had finally opened its mouth. Across all known recordings, whether by sonar, pressure mapping, or stress fractures, one symbol began to recur, a spiral made of 13 broken arcs, coiling inward toward a single incomplete note. A harmonic question with no answer. But those who heard it, really heard it, never forgot it. They forgot everything else. Their names, their work, even their families. But when asked what they heard, each one whispered the same thing, in a voice not their own. "We're not listening to the sea is rehearsing for us." In early 1942, during the height of Pacific warfare, a joint Australian-American hydroacoustic unit was stationed off the coast of the New Hebrides archipelago. Officially, the group was surveying for enemy submarine movements near Espiritu Santo. Unofficially, they had been dispatched to investigate recurring underwater sound reports that had been classified as persistent anomalies of rhythmic modulation. These weren't just sonar glitches, they were coordinated acoustic patterns, appearing in symmetrical intervals, always from the same depth, between 3,600 and 3,900 meters, far below where known vessels could operate. The warships HMAS Ulundi and USS Bowfin were selected for a double-tiered operation. While the Bowfin maintained a high-frequency passive scan, the Ulundi was retrofitted with low-pressure tone beacons that pulsed downward into the deep trench west of Molecular. The first transmissions were uneventful, but after the third night, the sonar technicians noticed something unsettling. The return pulses were early, not delayed by bounce back from the ocean floor, but returned within a window too narrow for any known geological reflection. This meant only one possibility. The signals weren't traveling the full vertical distance. They were intercepted mid-water. Within 48 hours, a new pattern emerged. The returns were no longer pure tones. They had harmonics, sub-frequencies, that twisted the sound into chords. And then came the strangest detail. Every fourth harmonic resembled the acoustic profile of human vocal tracts. These were not random distortions. They were articulated, as if pressure itself had learned to mimic speech. When analyzed spectrally, one recurring shape matched the phonetic sound of a single syllable in over 30 languages. It wasn't a word, it was a summons. In response, the crew of the Lundi adjusted the beacon's tone to mimic the same syllable, repeating it at 13-minute intervals. That's when the labyrinth began to appear, not in sight, but in sound. The returning tones twisted into staggered corridors of signal strength, mapping angular anomalies across the trench, voids and protrusions spaced at mathematically regular distances. When plotted three-dimensionally, the sonar revealed a shape never before encountered beneath the sea, a polygonal spiral with repeating branches, like an underwater maze, not carved in rock, but formed by dense vertical curtains of pressure. The team called it the Drowned Labyrinth. Then the disappearances began. Divers stationed on the acoustic descent platform began to report strange echoes in their own speech, words spoken seconds before they were uttered, then vanishing altogether. One diver, Lieutenant Crowley, transmitted a message that looped continuously. "I see stairs, not down, but inward." His body was recovered. His helmet was filled with dry air, no water, but his eyes were wide open, and his pupils rotated continuously for 12 hours after death. Command pulled the team, but before departure, they sent one last ping into the labyrinth. This time, they received not an echo, but a reply, a signal modulated to resemble musical tones, each spaced apart by the Fibonacci sequence. The last tone matched the human ear's natural resonance frequency. The implication: it was tuned for us. The labyrinth, whatever it was, did not collapse or disappear. It receded. The sonar logs showed it pulling back into itself like a folding chamber, withdrawing deeper beyond range. Yet for 13 nights after the final ping, the Bowfin's sonar received residual frequencies shaped like footsteps, not ascending or descending, but approaching, as if something had entered the trench from beyond the map. The last sound ever recorded before total silence, a 5-tone sequence mimicking the opening of a vault, followed by one long exhale. After the incident with the Ulundi and Bowfin, the New Hebrides Trench was placed under restricted naval jurisdiction. Civilian research vessels were banned, and cartographic records of the deeper zones were quietly redacted. Yet, interest didn't wane. By 1943, British naval intelligence, seeking explanations for unexplained ship vanishings in the Coral Sea, commissioned a clandestine research platform disguised as a derelict cargo ship, the MV Lindenbrook. Crewed with linguists, sonar experts and experimental psychologists, Its mission wasn't to chart the labyrinth, but to communicate with it. The project's lead, Professor Ellsworth Dyer, theorized that the labyrinth was a sentient pattern, not a creature, not a structure, but an algorithmic wheel made of pressure and time. She had compiled the tonal patterns from the previous expedition, and noticed that the labyrinth's frequency bends adhered not to natural acoustic decay, but to linguistic stress patterns, syllables rising and falling like spoken verse. She and her team devised an audio program encoded with proto-linguistic pulses, based on prehistoric chant structures, known to resonate with human inner ear frequencies. The transmissions were played in sequence 12 pulses in spiral formation, followed by one silent interval. At first, there was nothing. Then came the reordering, not of sound, but of environment. The crew began to notice their watches no longer matched the ship's chronometer. Stars rotated faster. The moon drifted against expected coordinates, and strangest of all, the sea became heavy, not denser, but slower to ripple, as though something beneath it was pulsing upward in anticipation. On the fifth night, the ship's hull emitted a subharmonic tremble that no machinery could explain. It hummed a sequence, low and harmonic, matching the call and response structure of the crew's transmissions. The labyrinth had not just understood, it had memorized the message, and now it was improvising. At 3:13 a.m., the sea flattened again. All signal devices went still. Then, one by one, the transmission devices rebooted, not with English, but with mirror audio, recordings played backward, but carrying forward syntactic rhythm. The lab's translator isolated a recurring pattern, 7 syllables repeated across the waveform. When reversed and slowed, they formed a coherent phrase, "Bring the inside out again." Dyer was convinced this was an invitation. She believed the labyrinth didn't trap vessels, it preserved them, enfolding them within layers of harmonic time, until their informational structure matched the sea's own resonance. She wanted to reply, to descend and transmit from within, but the rest of the crew refused. One man jumped overboard, after claiming he saw a mirror version of the ship moving just beneath the real one, upside down and empty. Dyer went alone. She entered the submersible at 3,200 meters, and continued to transmit. Her final message was never recorded by tape, but it was heard by all aboard, not through speakers, but within their own ears. It said simply, "The labyrinth is not beneath us, it is around us. We are its center." The submersible was never found. The MV Lindenbrook returned with its crew intact, save for Dyer. Upon inspection, every compass aboard the vessel pointed not north, but inward, toward the radio room. 1 week later, in a sealed envelope addressed to Naval Command, Dyer's assistant delivered a drawing she had made before her descent, 13 concentric circles, each inscribed with a name, all crossed out but one. At the center, a blank circle with one phrase written below it. To echo is not to speak, it is to wait to be spoken. By the autumn of 1943, the British Admiralty had officially closed all files related to the New Hebrides Trench, but whispers of what had been uncovered still filtered through military science circles. One such whisper reached Dr. Murray Fawkes, a dissident acoustic physicist, once expelled from Oxford, for claiming sound could be used not only to map space, but to imprint memory into liquid environments. She believed the ocean was not a void, but a recording medium, one vast pulsing phonograph, where deep pressure compressed time and sound into eternal impression. Dr. Fawkes lobbied for a final mission, not to listen, but to read. With a stolen decommissioned sonar raft and a skeleton crew of ex-naval technicians, she returned to the edge of the labyrinth. This time her device was neither a transmitter nor a receiver, it was a resonance imager, capable of detecting non-sonic vibrational echoes embedded in high-pressure fluids. Her hypothesis: the labyrinth had remembered every vessel that passed through it, not by structure, but by frequency signature, and within those signatures, one could isolate thought-like sequences, vocal rhythms that didn't belong to the ocean, but to humans trapped or absorbed by the pressure field. She launched the raft above the deepest known fold of the trench, and began slow frequency scanning. By the third night, the sensors began returning irregular spikes, not waveforms, but pauses between waveforms, negative impressions where no sound should be. In these gaps, her team filtered what they believed were stuttered commands. The words had no speaker, no inflection, but they carried syntactic flow. The most repeated phrase was 5 syllables long, spoken over and over across the trench's hidden layers, seal the echo behind. On the 4th night, the raft drifted over what had once been the St. Caraway, a hospital ship reported missing in 1918. Nothing had ever been recovered, no debris, no wreckage, no distress call. But as Fawkes' device scanned the sector, the water around the raft began to shimmer, not visually, acoustically. Every recording device picked up faint strains of wartime prayer songs sung by English nurses. The song rose from silence, perfectly intact, played not in full chorus but by single voices, staggered, as though trying to remember themselves through the water. Fawkes dropped a hydrophone and repeated the word Caraway 13 times in succession. The water responded with one long sustained inhale, a negative pulse that removed ambient sound from the ocean for 13 seconds. Her engineer reported his hearing had been scrubbed, as if someone had vacuumed his memories of sound. Then the lights on the raft dimmed, and the sensors detected a structure approaching from below, not solid, but arranged like acoustic scaffolding, frequencies held together by sheer pressure, shaping corridors too symmetrical for geology. The labyrinth was rebuilding, but not passively. It was reconstructing the ship. The Caraway didn't reappear as matter, but as reverberation, an impression of a vessel made entirely of harmonic echo. A door opened in the silence, and something stepped through. The team fled, abandoning the raft. They never saw Dr. Fawkes again, but when they returned to the mainland, they found a wax cylinder waiting in the ship's storage locker. None of them had placed it there. When played, it emitted a series of chirps spaced by breath-like intervals. A linguist later identified the rhythm as identical to the ancient Mycenaean counting system used in palace inventories, tallying items sealed in tombs. The cylinder ended with one final sound, a woman's voice, distant but sharp. It said, "All sound is burial." In early 1944, months after the unauthorized mission, led by Dr. Mireille Fawkes, vanished into classified silence, the labyrinth beneath New Hebrides began to emit new patterns, unsolicited harmonic pulses that reached as far as New Caledonia and Fiji. Naval outposts started logging strange cross signals, encoded Morse, that bled into sonar frequencies, tidal readings, mimicking the phonetic cadence of names, and rhythmic tremors that mirrored ship registry numbers. The labyrinth, it seemed, had become autonomous, no longer waiting to be activated, but now communicating of its own volition. One particular signal caught the attention of the Office of Naval Intelligence, a low-band pulse that repeated 13 times, each identical to the distress frequency of the HMS Caraway, a ship declared lost over 2 decades prior. It wasn't a replay. Each pulse contained variances, new data, as if the ship had been transmitting updates from inside the trench. Convinced this was a critical breach of natural law, or worse, an opportunity for acoustic time control, the US military authorized Operation Echo Lock, a mission to seal the labyrinth using a depth-triggered implosive device called the HMS Coil, designed to collapse harmonic corridors through counter-pressure resonance. The submersible Davenport 9 was assigned the mission. Piloted by acoustic engineer Captain Merrill Kane, the vessel descended under blackout conditions, carrying the coil. Onboard logs note that as the craft reached 3,700 meters, its instruments began displaying memory loops, not data from the present, but playback of the vessel's previous voyages. Kane heard her father's voice on the radio, a man who'd died in 1924, reciting ship schematics she'd only just drawn the week prior. The sub's compass began spinning backward, the descent timer halted at 13 hours, 13 minutes and 13 seconds. At 3,900 meters, the labyrinth revealed itself, not visually, but in temperature shifts. Corridors of alternating warmth and cold, shaped like spiral pathways. The sonar array stopped functioning, but Kane reported feeling the layout, as if pressure itself was guiding her along invisible walls. She described each pulse as a breath in glass, not crushing, but dense with meaning. When she armed the HMS coil, something unexpected occurred. A harmonic reflection hit the sub from below, rebounding through the vessel's walls. Instead of resisting, the labyrinth responded by shifting the pulse frequency upward, matching the exact tone of Kane's heartbeat, as recorded by her medical implants. It wasn't rejecting the coil, it was absorbing her. The onboard AI, designed only for signal routing, suddenly began generating language. It printed one sentence repeatedly across the cabin monitor: "You do not carry memory, you are carried by it." Kane had a choice: detonate the device, and risk collapsing a structure that now seemed alive, or let it remain, to continue pulsing beneath the sea, transmitting stories from beyond the limits of time. She made her decision. But when the Davenport 9 resurfaced without crew, power, or logbook, the device was still intact. Floating inside the pressure chamber was a single strip of water-damaged vellum, not from the mission, from another century. It bore the seal of Queen Anne's Navy, and a hand-scrawled entry: "We sailed into a song, the water knew our names before we spoke." Every attempt to return to the labyrinth since has failed. Sonar vanishes, depth charts distort, ships circle back unknowingly, reporting déjà vu on a scale so precise it borders on mathematical. No seals hold, no boundaries remain, and at 3:13 a.m., every naval base from Noumea to Norfolk receives a brief interference spike, exactly 13 seconds of silence, followed by a deep hum that resembles the last breath before sleep. Not destructive, not aggressive, just waiting, as if the labyrinth still remembers, as if it still sings. In the icy corridor of the Southern Ocean, where the Drake Passage claws between South America and Antarctica, a submerged anomaly formed a near-perfect crescent of deep trenches just west of Deception Island. It was here, in the uncharted folds of what would later be called the Drake Rim, that submariners of the Argentine Navy reported a string of auditory hallucinations and sensory shifts that defied both instrument and instinct. In 1944, these phenomena reached such frequency that the Ministry of Marine Affairs discreetly partnered with British Command to form a joint listening outpost on the Patagonian coast. Their objective was simple: trace and neutralize the recurring low-frequency pulses that seemed to alter perception itself. Unlike the labyrinth of New Hebrides, this trench didn't hum or breathe. It sang, in microtonal intervals, spaced precisely at 4:44 a.m. every third night. These emissions were consistent, timed like a ritual, and when amplified by shore-based acoustic parabolas, the signal produced a pattern of tones that mimicked polyphonic human chanting. Not religious, not melodic, but undeniably deliberate. The tone structure matched a harmonic scale with no cultural precedent, one theorized in ancient Ainu cosmology, but long thought purely symbolic. The first descent was made by the experimental British submersible Orpheline, a single-occupant vessel designed for acoustic minimalism. Its pilot, Lieutenant Harold Bryce, was a seasoned listener. Before his departure, he was instructed to report any anomalies, not with words, but by singing back the melody, if possible. The team believed the trench might respond more readily to tonal mirrors. Bryce's submersible was equipped with pitch-matched resonance sensors that could log even the faintest deviation in surrounding pressure tones. At precisely 4:44 a.m., on the fourth day, the Drake Rim emitted a cascade of overtones, never before captured, 12 simultaneous notes that shimmered into one dissonant hum. Then came a single pulse, sharp and full-bodied, which Bryce described in his audio log as a door slammed in a cathedral filled with water. This pulse did not strike the sub, but seemed to pass through it, vibrating his spinal cord and momentarily reversing his heartbeat. Instruments malfunctioned in silence, yet Bryce continued to sing. When Orpheline resurfaced, its exterior was lined with microfissures, arranged in concentric circles, each one representing a frequency ratio previously unknown to human auditory research. Bryce had lost consciousness, but on his return, he spoke fluently in Proto-Etruscan, a dead language he had never studied. Linguists confirmed that his speech followed a consistent grammar and syntax, and that the content of his monologue described architectural layouts of non-terrestrial temples. When shown schematics of shipwrecks and trenches, he pointed only to the Drake Rim and whispered a phrase that would become classified for nearly 80 years. The voice beneath the ice has mirrors for bones. Subsequent missions failed, not due to mechanical fault, but due to choral interference. Each sub sent thereafter was overtaken by a harmonic overload, precisely 90 seconds after sonar activation, their communication lines swallowed by a chorus that looped the same passage backward. The translated phrase was found etched onto the inner wall of the final attempt's descent chamber. Your shape is incomplete. By 1945, all activity around the Drake Rim ceased. The sounds continued, but no vessel dared reply. However, seismologists monitoring the region soon noted something more disturbing. Tremors within the trench aligned perfectly with heart rates recorded from coastal personnel. The sea had begun syncing with human rhythm, its pulses accelerating during sleep hours and pausing when watched. The phenomenon was no longer one of sound, it had become one of attention. To this day, when vessels pass near the southern archipelago, at exactly 4:44 a.m. on the third night of travel, their radios emit faint tones that match no known language, but often resemble the last notes heard before a dream dies. Aberrant sonar trails, skimming just beneath the southern arc of the Drake Rim. These anomalies, narrow, undulating pressure corridors, displayed intelligence, not through structure, but through behavior. The signals adjusted themselves when measured, slipped away when plotted, and returned each time at different harmonic intervals. The Soviets labeled the phenomenon resonant flight, likening it to a sound that refused to be held, a melody that moved faster when pursued. But what disturbed the crew most wasn't what they heard. It was what they dreamed. Within 48 hours of entering the sonic perimeter, 6 crewmen reported identical night visions. A submerged vault beneath the ice, its gates shaped like human jawbones, each tooth humming in a key that vibrated their ribs. Inside the vault stood figures, not bodies, not bones, but silhouettes made of compressed silence, unmoving, yet vibrating so rapidly they blurred into presence. The men awoke with blood in their ears, and teeth loosened from their gums. Not from pressure, from frequency misalignment. The ship's doctor called it acousticostolysis, as if the very tone of the trench had begun to erase their physical calibration. In response, Captain Fyodor Melikin ordered a passive listening session instead of an active scan. The idea was to allow the trench to perform, without interference, at its own volition. A circular hydrophone array was deployed along the periphery. What it captured could not be processed by standard equipment. The signal arrived not as sound, but as directionless time, audio that looped but never repeated, syllables that rhymed with nothing, pulses that struck the hull in geometric silence. The crew soon realized they were hearing not a place, but a recording of anticipation. Then at exactly 2:26 a.m., the sea beneath the Vladislavovna turned still. The hydrophones ceased. For a full 5 minutes, there was no pressure differential, no wave activity. Even gravity itself seemed suspended as objects on board hung mid-motion. A single tone emerged, low, crystalline, identical to the resonance of a struck wineglass in vacuum. And in that instant, every radar screen aboard the ship flashed a number 0.000. Then a heartbeat later, negative time began to scroll upward. Crew watches reversed. Biometric trackers recorded unconscious pulses in reverse rhythm. Voices spoken before the event now echoed after. The trench had, for a brief moment, created a mirror of reality, one that peeled back the forward march of time into a lateral spiral. The only vocal response from the depths was a distorted 3-second chant, spoken in a pitch beyond human range, yet translatable. We remember you from when you forgot yourselves. By dawn, the Vladislavovna was gone. No wreckage, no signal. Only a tight spiral of phosphorescent plankton remained, glowing in a pattern identical to a human cochlea. When this spiral was photographed from the sky, analysts noted a chilling detail. The inner curl aligned precisely with the known route of the lost Carpathia, a ship believed to have disappeared in 1914, but never confirmed. More disturbing was the map overlay created by naval strategists weeks later. It revealed that if the Drake Rim's trench curves were extended outward into a globe-spanning helix, the shape traced every known shipwreck since 1701, each point forming part of an acoustic spiral with the trench at its axis. Whatever sang in the deep wasn't just listening, it was arranging history, like notes in a submerged composition only the sea itself could perform. Following the Vladislavovna's vanishing act, Soviet authorities quietly passed word to the Allied navies, through encoded diplomatic backchannels. Avoid the Drake Rim, but deep in the Argentine naval archives, a single unsanctioned report surfaced months later, a record of a brief frantic communication received at 1:57 a.m. from a trawler listed as decommissioned. The voice, barely audible through static, repeated a single message in English, Spanish and Russian. Don't chase the melody. It's not being played, it's playing us. The vessel name matched no registry, and the voice, calm, childlike, remained unidentified. Then came the expedition of the SIS Allegro, a British intelligence vessel that departed Chile's Punta Arenas under the guise of marine cartography. Its true mission, capture and isolate the origin of the trench's coral emissions, using a newly developed signal-bending device known as the Velox array. Unlike traditional sonar, Velox didn't send pings. It absorbed silence and measured how much memory a location retained through spectral decay. In essence, it listened for the residue of thought in soundless space. The Allegro reached the trench on June 11, 1944. Within hours, the array returned results that confounded the crew. The ocean beneath them held an acoustic decay rate slower than stone. The trench was not just old, it was remembering faster than it was forgetting, creating a reversal in temporal entropy. One technician described it as finding a library that rewrites its books every night, but leaves the pages damp with yesterday's ink. The data was so pure, so saturated with harmonic layering, that it began to print glyphs, not on paper, but directly onto the ship's oscilloscope screens. The shapes formed spirals that mimicked the inner geometry of the human inner ear. At 3:01 a.m., the Velox array shut itself off. The ship's power dimmed, not due to any mechanical fault, but because the ocean began pulling current, as though charging something unseen. A bioluminescent spiral erupted on the starboard side, pulsing in sync with the onboard metronome, used for acoustic calibration. The spiral wasn't random, it responded to any sound made aboard. A dropped wrench caused it to pause. A whispered question made it flicker. Yes. Captain Eloan Hargrave issued a command. Record silence. No pings, no voices, just the weight of being heard. When they played the recorded silence back through the Velox array, something responded. Not a sound, a shape. A ring of pressure formed around the vessel, 6 meters deep, shaped like an open mouth. The sonar described its edges as spiked with consonants. When Hargrave repeated her question, "What are you?" the mouth closed. The crew began losing the ability to describe space. Measurements inverted, right became inward, depth became texture. One sailor tried to speak, and instead uttered his own name in reverse, as if the trench had rewound the word before it left his mouth. Then came the final transmission. The ship's log, written not by hand, but by thermal shifts in the ink ribbon, stated, "The hymn does not need a singer. The hymn is the throat. The sea is not waiting to be explored. It is waiting to finish its sentence." When reconnaissance aircraft arrived a week later, the Allegro was gone. Only the Velox array remained, floating intact, its display pulsing in intervals of 13, matching the echo patterns first recorded in the labyrinth beneath New Hebrides. Since then, no one has attempted to map the Drake Rim. It is no longer seen as a location. It is understood as an instrument, playing the long song of everything the sea has stolen, and everything it still waits to retrieve. As the final months of 1944 bled into the new year, the Drake Rim was designated by international agreement as an acoustic null zone. Officially, it was deemed too unstable for navigation due to submarine volcanic tremors. Unofficially, a doctrine began to circulate among submarine commanders from multiple navies. Avoid the rim when the sea is too quiet to breathe. It wasn't just metaphor. Hydrostatic pressure monitors had begun registering rhythmic vacuuming beneath the rim's southern edge, measured not in wave motion, but in silence intervals that pulled ambient pressure inward as if the trench were breathing inwardly, drawing in the history of anything that floated too close. The last known contact came from the Chilean reconnaissance sub La Palabra, which departed Valparaiso under orders to study tidal resonance anomalies near the Antarctic convergence. It wasn't a military mission. The vessel carried poets, linguists, and one deaf physicist named Clara Revuelta, selected precisely because her perception of vibration exceeded auditory input. Her presence marked a shift in how the trench was understood, not as a geological formation, but as a communicative entity that required interpreters, not scientists. La Palabra entered the rim's perimeter on December 29, 1944. For 5 days, no transmissions were sent. Then at 5:11 a.m. on January 3, 1945, a signal was received at the naval base in Ushuaia, not through standard radio, through seafloor hydrophones once thought non-functional. The message was delivered, not in language, but in patterned silences, punctuated by pressure hums mimicking human syllables. When decoded using Clara's vibration mapping matrix, the pattern translated into a 4-line stanza: I am the mouth of all vessels drowned. My teeth are made of missing logs. Your charts are lies drawn over lungs. Come deeper, where names dissolve. From this point forward, La Palabra was tracked drifting laterally along a trench corridor that did not exist on any bathymetric chart. Its speed was impossible, fast in impossible directions. Depth logs returned contradictory data. Crew biosigns reversed rhythms, with heart rates echoing after brain waves. When rescue subs arrived on January 6, the vessel was no longer transmitting, but deep-sea cables picked up what was described by the Chilean Navy as linguistic temperature shifts, a phenomenon where water molecules briefly behaved as if they carried semantic content. They weren't just warm or cold, they meant something. Divers were sent. They found La Palabra intact, suspended 5 meters above the trench floor, unmoored, untouched by corrosion. The ship's hull was covered in text, not painted, not carved, but formed by natural sediment that arranged itself into braille, spelling phrases not in Spanish, but in a lost Austronesian tongue that Clara Revuelta had once studied in her thesis, the whisper code of Toby Island, spoken only by coral harvesters who believed the ocean remembered the weight of every step taken upon it. Inside, no crew remained, but every bunk contained a single pressed sea lily, fossilized and dry, though the room was filled with water. The only sign of life came from Clara's data console, still glowing. The screen displayed one line in perfect Chilean Spanish: the ocean was never mute, you were never listening. On-shore seismic monitors recorded a single pressure pulse at the moment the divers surfaced. Its shape, a cochlear spiral, surrounded by a broken ring. Its signature frequency, the same as human mourning sighs when exhaled underwater. No trench since has sung, but the hum remains. Beneath the Drake rim, where time folds inward, and silence forms a sentence too long for speech, the sea still shapes its forgotten instruments. It does not scream, it does not roar, it recites. Off the southeastern coast of Madagascar, amid an uncharted trough first glimpsed during a failed French telegraph cable survey in 1897, lies a bathymetric formation known only in maritime black logs as Leclanché Deep. Its outline does not appear in any civilian nautical charts. The region, marked by unnaturally stable pressure fields, creates the illusion of a flawless plateau, water that holds no visible terrain, but responds to movement with impossible precision. In late February 1945, this site became the subject of the final wartime marine experiment, conducted by a classified coalition of French and South African naval researchers. The mission's codename, Circuit Retourne. The project's objective was not exploration, it was containment. Following dozens of untraceable signal loops intercepted during coastal defense sweeps, researchers concluded that the deep was producing its own telegraphic feedback. These signals carried patterns identical to 19th century Morse code, but modified by symmetrical inversions. When these coded pulses were mapped over time, they resembled a circuit diagram, not one for a machine, but a nervous system. Leclanché wasn't just echoing data, it was building memory from sound. Enter recitative, a submersible named after the speech-song hybrid used in Gregorian chant. This vessel, stripped of modern acoustics, and equipped instead with mechanical listening rods and ink pressure loggers, descended with a single operator, Lieutenant Camille Lemoyne. She was chosen not for her rank, but for her complete lack of musical pitch perception. An intentional selection meant to counteract the known effects of harmonic hypnosis reported during prior contact with the trench. At 2:08 a.m., on March 1, 1945, recitative entered the trench perimeter. The descent was smooth, uneventful, until the depth counter ceased functioning, and began to write letters instead of numbers. Each meter lost printed a new character. Within 20 minutes, the depth read not in metric units, but in Latin script, forming full pages of text onto the ticker reel. Translated, they read, "You measure descent, but we measure intent." Suddenly all ballast controls reversed polarity. The sub's lights dimmed not from power failure, but from emotional interference, a phenomenon Lemoyne recorded as feeling watched by memory itself. Her body temperature dropped, though the interior cabin remained constant. Outside the porthole, no terrain was visible, only distortion, as if light bent away from the trench in slow spirals, revealing not darkness, but a recording of depth, replayed visually. She began to hear sounds, not mechanical, laughter, not human either. It came in pulses, spaced like mechanical clapping, but warped by delay. Each echo arrived before the sound that caused it, forcing her mind to reconstruct causality in reverse. The auditory pressure became so strong that the ink loggers burst, spattering the interior with an unreadable pattern. But when analyzed later, the ink stains matched precisely the nerve layout of a giant squid's ganglionic brain, a species never known to this trench. At 2:43 a.m., all instrumentation halted. The cabin pressure began to rise and fall in patterns that mimicked human REM cycles. Camille Lemoyne was no longer piloting. She was being read. The vessel had become a cochlear, spiraling inward toward a voice that never spoke, only remembered. The deep had constructed a copy of her, not her body, but her choices, mapped from the inside out. The last recorded pulse from recitative measured 4.7 Hz, a subaudible frequency only detectable by elephant communication systems. Yet naval analysts later found it matched the pulse emitted by deep-sea cable repeaters from 1912, a year before most of them were even installed. The trench had not only heard the past, it had sent its own version before the present had arrived. Lemoyne was never recovered, but in 1948, fishermen along the Comoros found a single glass pressure dome drifting in coastal waters, containing a spiraled metal rod shaped like a human cochlear, wound with rusted copper wires. Inside, engraved by corrosion, were the words, "Your ears are the last place we hide." In the days following the disappearance of Lieutenant Lemoyne and the submersible recitative, the trench known as Leclanché Deep became the focal point of a covert investigation led by the École Polytechnique's Experimental Hydroacoustics Division. A small surface vessel, the Harandel II, was dispatched with no formal escort and minimal crew, just 5 specialists in what the military deemed vocal topography. Their goal was not to dive, but to map the patterns of silence the trench emitted each night, between 1 o'clock and 3 a.m. The first night brought little data, but on the second, the crew observed a previously undocumented form of wave displacement. The ocean's surface began vibrating in circular refraction, forming ripples that never reached the hull. Instead, they rotated around the boat, like a carousel of unseen speakers, sending sound inward, but allowing none to escape. Instruments on board recorded that the ship's bulkhead began conducting faint harmonic vibrations, not along structural beams, but across the fibers of the crew's clothing. One engineer, Jacques Morel, reported feeling as though my own coat was translating something I forgot to learn. By the third night, the trench offered its first response. The crew had broadcast no signal. Yet, Their equipment registered a sequence of compression pulses at 19-second intervals, each wave forming a hollow parabola, matching the waveform of human exhalation after intense grief. The team dubbed it the Widow's Loop, but what startled them most was that, after each pulse, the ocean's surface displayed visible disturbances shaped like punctuation marks, periods, commas, even ellipses. Linguists on shore later determined that the wave pattern resembled a eulogy, not in French, but in Proto-Semitic root sequences, used historically to inscribe curses upon the entrances of ancient tombs. These glyphs were not legible. They were felt, through slight tremors that passed through feet and teeth, leaving phantom syllables in the chest like echoes from a throat not one's own. Jacques, increasingly unstable, began scribbling spirals on every surface, wall panels, pages, even his own skin. His final journal entry, written backward and in mirror script, read, "The trench is not hollow, it is a curled throat, and it is learning our vowels." Hours later, he threw himself overboard during the fourth night, screaming not in panic, but in perfect iambic meter. His body was never recovered. The remaining crew initiated evacuation, but before the lifeboat could be lowered, the Harandel II's deck began to vibrate in pulses that lifted screws and bolts from their fixtures. The ship wasn't falling apart, it was being unscrewed, deconstructed rhythmically, like a phonograph reversing an aria, to extract the breath between notes. Only one man, André Fauconnier, survived. Rescued by a fishing vessel 5 days later, he was found curled in a fetal position inside a cargo net, soaked and muttering in dialects not native to any known region. When stabilized, he produced a single page from his waterlogged coat, containing 3 phrases that defied translation but whose syllables matched the breathing intervals of humpback whales during distress calls. The ocean, it seemed, had been recording emotion, and Leclanché Deep was not a place of death. It was a repository of unspoken farewell, a trench that collects unfinished goodbyes and echoes them in coded pulses, waiting for ears tuned to regret. In April 1945, less than a month before the war in Europe drew to a close, a German U-boat, UNIS 3841, was dispatched not to combat, but to survey unexplained sonar shadows, reported near Leclanché Deep. The Kriegsmarine believed Allied forces might be experimenting with acoustic mines, and the trench's reputation as a null space made it ideal for stealth operations. But the U-boat's trajectory was never fully charted. After its departure from Lüderitz Bay, it vanished from all tracking systems for 3 consecutive days. When it reappeared, 200 kilometers off course, its transmission logs showed one phrase repeated endlessly. The signal arrived before the question. Aboard the vessel, only 7 of the original 22 crew members remained. All others had disappeared without signs of struggle or evacuation. Those who remained were changed, not physically, but semantically. They answered only in riddles, asked their names, they replied with weather patterns. Inquiries about their voyage were met with gestures that mimicked wind spirals, as if their thoughts had been formatted into atmospheric motion. The ship's interior was worse. The central corridor was warped, metal bulkheads bowed inward, shaped not by pressure, but by repetition. Engineers later discovered that the hull had absorbed rhythmic pressure, identical to human weeping, specifically, the final sob of someone mourning a twin. Inside the captain's quarters, an untouched gramophone played endlessly, but without a record. The sound, a slow grinding spiral that matched no recorded instrument, yet spectrographic analysis showed that its frequency encoded Morse, spelling out, "We received your blueprint of sorrow. You may now descend." The descent referred not to diving deeper, but to lowering a part of oneself into memory. Among the U-boat's surviving notes was a schematic drawn in thick graphite, a spiral trench forming a shape nearly identical to the human cochlea, but with one fatal difference: it opened inward endlessly, like a Mobius strip made of sound. This was not a place to be navigated. It was a recursion engine, a loop designed to rewrite perception through tonal erosion. By the time Allied forces boarded U-3841, the remaining crew had vanished. But from the engine room, a final sound emanated, a child's laughter, slowed 200 times, stretched into a waveform that formed a map, not of Earth's oceans, but of the human inner ear, annotated in vanished scripts. It was the last time Leclanche Deep would be visited. Its signals remain classified, but they still arrive, not as pulses, not as warnings, as invitations. The French Ministry of Marine eventually sealed all known documents relating to Leclanche Deep beneath what came to be called Dossier Noir, a black file, never meant to be opened, indexed, or spoken of aloud. But one final entry, misfiled into a meteorological ledger, slipped through the system and surfaced decades later. It contained an unsigned naval memo titled Memory as Salinity, Final Report. The document chronicled a last covert experiment conducted on May 9, 1945, the day after Germany's unconditional surrender, when silence hung over Europe like the lingering echo of a drawn breath. That silence, it turns out, was what the trench had been waiting for. A decommissioned civilian barge, the Odelette, retrofitted with borrowed Soviet hydrophones and an obsolete British cryptophone, was launched by an anonymous multinational task force into the trench perimeter under total radio blackout. The crew, 6 non-military operators, 3 poets, 1 mathematician, a retired telegraphist, and a mute oceanographer named Lenka Pavlyshova, who had lost her hearing during a childhood typhoon and claimed she could feel grammatical pressure through waves. Their orders were simple: say nothing, listen, let the deep speak. On the second day, the ocean beneath them grew unnaturally still. Seismic monitors registered no motion, tidal rhythms ceased. But then the salinity sensors began to fluctuate, not randomly, but in precise gradients that spelled out patterns across the ship's salt crystal collection trays. These patterns formed sentences, composed not of words, but conjugated pauses, absences arranged with syntactic intent. Lenka began sketching spirals on the deck, using crushed shell dust. Each spiral she drew matched vocal cord resonance shapes, found only in infants, suggesting the trench was communicating not with symbols, but with pre-language emotion. At night, they heard it, not through equipment, but through their own bones. A hum like a throat pressed against a cathedral pillar. It traveled through them in harmonic octaves that mimicked memory retrieval. One operator began mumbling names from his childhood, none of which he had remembered before. Another began answering questions no one had asked aloud. On the 5th night, the crew witnessed a phenomenon recorded in only one other place on Earth, deep within the Vatnajökull ice caves of Iceland. The ocean beneath them emitted reversed echoes, sounds that preceded the actions that caused them. A cup would clink, and then be dropped. A breath would echo, then be drawn. It was as though causality had fractured, and the trench had begun remembering forward. Then the message came, not spoken, not recorded, but witnessed. The salt crystals formed a phrase in Czech, Lenka's native tongue: "We never meant to be heard, only remembered." Each member of the Odelette recorded this sentence independently, unaware the others had done the same. The ship returned without incident, but when investigators boarded it in port, it was empty. No crew, no logs. Only one thing remained: 6 pressed salt spirals adhered to the walls, each marked with a faint thumbprint and arranged in perfect sequence, as if singing through silence. Today no vessels pass over Leclanche Deep. Weather satellites report static blurring over the region, visible only during moonless nights. The sea there is unnaturally calm, yet hydrophone buoys still pick up subharmonic pulses in intervals of 12 minutes and 8 seconds, the precise duration it takes the average human brain to forget a dream upon waking. Leclanche Deep does not hunt, it does not consume. It echoes the shape of every goodbye never spoken aloud, waiting for the listener who will finally mishear it just right, turning silence into signal, memory into map, and farewell into a melody that cannot be played, only endured. By mid-1945, rumors emerged from Pacific intelligence channels about a site west of the Mariana Trench, not on any standard maritime registry, where sonar pulses failed to return. Not because of depth, but because of something else. A place where sound entered and did not echo. This pocket came to be known only by a code name spoken among deep-sea operators, Gran Marianas. Not the trench, but a dead zone within it, shaped not like a chasm, but like a bell, with no clapper. A form meant to be rung, yet impossible to strike. The US Navy, still operating under wartime mobilization, dispatched a joint scientific vessel known as USNS Delphinia, a retrofitted cargo hauler, lined bow to stern, with redundant sonar arrays and biological sensing platforms. Aboard was a team of naval technicians, cryptographers, and one unusual passenger, Dr. Agnes Tilbury, an archivist of forgotten languages, once employed by the British Library to decode the Voynich manuscript. Her purpose aboard was unclear. Some believed she'd been sent because of her ability to detect non-linear syntax patterns, sentences that fold onto themselves like Mobius strips. The mission determined why Gran Marianas was mute. They arrived on July 8, 1945, drifting quietly under a starless sky. Beneath the surface, the trench exhaled no bubbles, no current. Their sonar ping returned nothing, not a delay, a deletion. The ocean had not failed to respond, it had refused. For 48 hours, the crew recorded blank slates. No depth changes, no marine life. Only one strange anomaly. The biological sensors began registering heartbeat patterns, not human, not whale, just slightly above invertebrate range, but rhythmic and modulating, like breathing, located directly beneath the ship, and mirroring the pulse of those on board. At precisely 4:09 a.m., on July 10th, the sea began to resonate, not in vibration, but in color. Navy blue deepened to ultramarine, then to a hue never catalogued, one that the artist among them later called blued silence. As light faded, the ship's hull began to cool, at a rate that defied thermodynamics, reaching temperatures that should have frozen the steel brittle, yet no frost appeared. Instead, the surface began to hum, soft, slow, and precise, matching the rhythm of a mourner's prayer in Tagalog, though none aboard spoke it. Tilbury, without permission, descended in the ship's observation capsule. Her records, preserved later in fragmented logbooks, described not a seafloor, but a chamber, lined not with rock, but with smooth concave arcs, arranged like the inner wall of a bell. It was immense. It seemed to stretch for miles. Yet it had no bottom, only the illusion of one, distorted by the way light bent inside. Around her, the water pulsed with faint luminescence, patterns that twisted in on themselves, like illuminated grammar. Then came the bell tone, not heard, but registered. The ship's equipment exploded in signal. The frequency was not audible, yet it caused every mechanical device to record what felt like a single spoken word, imprinted on tape, etched into glass, burned onto photographic film, remain. When she returned, Tilbury had changed. Her speech became retrograde, sentences unraveling from end to beginning. Her hair whitened overnight. She no longer acknowledged others by name, only by the last emotion they had felt. Grief, she said to the captain. Hope, to the engineer. Unfinished, to the cook. She died 12 days later, lips curled into a whisper none could decipher. Her final note was a folded sheet, left under her bunk, written in script so fine, it could only be seen at a bleak light. It read, "The sea does not forget sound, it curates it. And when it finds something that was meant to ring forever, it saves the silence around it, waiting for someone foolish enough to ask." Gran Marianas remains uncharted. No pings return, no light endures. But the signal, unchanged since July 1945, still pulses every 14 hours. And deep in sonar archives, trained technicians speak in hushed tones of the bell, with no echo. And how, if listened to long enough, it begins to sound not like a bell, but like your own name, repeated backward, until it loses meaning entirely. The final dive authorized, near the acoustic void of Gran Marianas, took place on August 2, 1945, 4 days before Hiroshima, under a veil of geopolitical distraction. and deliberate misdirection. The vessel, USNS Palimpsest, had no registry, no call sign, and bore no flag. Its operators were drawn from disparate nations, a blind Russian cellist with a background in bioacoustics, a Spanish former deep-sea miner known for surviving cave-ins that killed entire crews, and a Japanese philosopher-mathematician who once argued that silence itself constituted a cognitive geometry. Their instructions were not written. Each received a sealed envelope containing only one sentence: find what the bell never told. Descending just beyond the cartographic reach of conventional trench maps, the palimpsest arrived at the edge of the mute zone in waters darker than oil and quieter than interstellar vacuum. All sonar died within minutes, not failed, reabsorbed. Crew described feeling as if their skin no longer vibrated, as though even their own bones had ceased to conduct sound. The void pressed inward, yet left no resistance. The hull remained still, not from stability, but from consent. As the submersible drifted further, the walls of the trench reshaped themselves not through visible movement, but through memory realignment. The interior lighting subtly altered hue with each meter dropped, as if the trench was correcting perception rather than allowing visibility. By the time the pilot reached what should have been 10,000 meters, the interior lights of the vessel cast shadows that defied logic, shadows of people who were no longer aboard, including the former first mate who died during training 2 months prior. Then the bell tolled again, but this time, it wasn't silence that followed. It was sub-echoes, muted fragments of historical distress calls, overlaid, bent, reversed, and compressed into a single polyphonic whisper. Not in Morse, not in code, in intention. A shape of need so vast, it distorted their own heart's rhythms. Monitors began syncing to phantom cardiograms, beats too slow to be human, too structured to be random. They didn't record sound. They recorded loss. Each crew member began hearing personal regrets, not as thoughts, but as tones. The blind cellist wept without understanding why. The miner clutched his head, repeating, "I never found the last one," over and over, though no one knew what he meant. The philosopher began drawing impossible geometric shapes into condensation forming on the viewing dome, spirals that bent back into themselves, forming what he called a negative resonance chamber, a place where sounds went not to be heard, but to be reversed. It became evident, the trench was not empty, it was a reverberation engine, tuned not to volume but to the emotional inertia of everything ever lost in water. The sub began to shake, not from pressure, but from memory alignment. Every loss endured by the crew, every silent confession, every unspoken apology, was being rendered into frequency and broadcast into the void. Their silence had become raw material. One final entry was transmitted by the palimpsest, before its black box dissolved into hydrogen trace. "We are not sinking, we are being remembered in reverse." The bell has no tongue because it was never meant to ring. It was meant to resonate forever with the voices of those who listened too closely. To this day, the coordinates of Gran Marianas are sealed in NOAA vaults under locked signal codes. But every August, deep-sea buoys near Micronesia pick up faint oscillations, distant tolls that contain no vibration, only warmth. Oceanographers call them false thermals, but those who've listened long enough say they feel like breath, or worse, like someone else's heartbeat, living inside your own silence. In the final weeks of 1945, as the Pacific Theater fell into aftermath and smoke, the U.S. Office of Naval Intelligence received a packet containing undeclared audio strips, marked only by a cipher, T/Amer Bell/Rever. These strips, shellac-based phonograph samples, arrived without explanation, without return address, and had apparently been recorded on equipment not commercially available at the time. What stunned analysts wasn't the source of the strips, but the sound itself, 5 minutes of stretched, slowed frequencies that did not resemble music or voice, but a distant chiming, resonating through layered distortion, as though traveling through thousands of meters of compressed emotion. Every analyst who listened alone began to suffer from the same affliction, spontaneous flashbacks to moments they hadn't lived. One man wept for a daughter never born. A woman began humming songs her mother had never taught her. Several left the building in silence, never returning, resigning without written notice. The audio itself had no vocal imprint, yet listeners described hearing apologies inside it. Project Reverberant Memory was launched in secret by December. Its directive: locate the acoustic source, matching the phonograph sample, triangulating based on phase cancellation anomalies in undersea cable lines laid across the Pacific. After 6 weeks of analysis, the trail pointed not to a single coordinate, but to multiple points, all positioned equidistant from a phantom node off the western edge of the Gran Marianas anomaly. In other words, the sound had no source, only reflections, as if the sea were amplifying a memory too old to recall its origin. A final reconnaissance drone, Trawler 7, was deployed with no crew and outfitted with a shell microphone engineered to detect sympathetic frequencies between salt ions. Its mission: transmit any matching resonance to the original audio strips. It dove in early January 1946, slipping past the silent margins of the trench. 3 hours later, all live feeds ceased, but an unexpected return transmission arrived on backup coil. It wasn't data, it was a song. Not in a known language, not tonal, it followed no scale, but its rhythm matched a rare breathing pattern, the exhale of a fetus in amniotic stillness. The song rose, fell, and looped endlessly. Every 40 seconds, a soft chime occurred, 3 notes ascending, then 1 descending, like a lullaby, meant not to comfort, but to resurrect. Embedded within that chime, signal analysis revealed subharmonics that formed map topologies, waveforms resembling the floor plans of decommissioned churches, sunken bell towers, and the skeletal outlines of submarines never built but already mourned. When overlaid with seismic records from the trench, the entire map aligned into the shape of a submerged cathedral, one never seen, never touched, but always ringing beneath miles of water. The final transmission from Trawler 7 included one chilling fragment, written in automated output code. The bell is not lost, it is waiting to be rung by memory alone, and then silence returned. Today, in the Sonar archives of Tokyo Bay, behind a vault marked Keikasadone, unsolved sound, one loop still plays quietly, once per year, on the exact hour of the drone's final dive. That loop contains no speech, no music, just a pattern, one that sounds like bells underwater, arranged like a name whispered from the future, backward, lost before it could be remembered. When the final operations surrounding Gran Marianas were buried beneath classified frameworks and redacted budgets, the Office of Naval Research quietly archived one last report, never labeled, never officially entered into inventory, and never replicated, its only title: The Bell Listens Back. Inside it was a single sheet of transcription from an unnamed technician, recounting the aftermath of an unauthorized sonar experiment, conducted months after the Trawler 7 incident. The experiment involved one illicit ping, just one, emitted during a nighttime survey by a civilian mapping vessel under contract with a cable-laying firm. That ping, as innocuous as it seemed, reached the trench and returned something other than a response. It returned a reaction. The sea beneath the vessel did not move. No wave lifted, no shift registered on the seismograph. But the ship's navigation began to fail, not by deviation, but by correction. The compass needle began pointing not north, but toward a vector that didn't exist on any known grid. Electronics dimmed not from failure, but from exhaustion, as if drained by attention from something below. When the crew activated manual overrides, they heard it, a low pulse, not audible, but felt like a shiver in the marrow. And within moments, all data loggers began writing in reverse. Not just numbers, entire field notes, inverted, with ink forming mirror script, as if compelled by invisible magnetic intent. The crew documented each step, though few could speak without stammering. One described it as being listened to by pressure, another said it felt like standing in the pause between syllables of a forgotten name. The youngest technician, a former choirboy turned sonar engineer, began humming a tune no one recognized, but every member on board said they dreamed of it the night before. Then the ocean pulsed once more. Instruments failed, The ship's emergency lights flickered, not in strobe, but in perfect Morse rhythm. A message was decoded. It said only the bell listens to those who echo. At 3:27 a.m., all screens went dark, but not with failure, with stillness, like eyes closed in reverence. No equipment could record, no tape spun, only memory functioned. The crew, once rescued by a passing patrol, recited their logs from memory with eerie precision, until each began inserting words not found in English or any known language. Each of these mystery terms, once transcribed, aligned with fragments recovered from sunken logbooks dating back to the 1780s, records of ships lost without trace, near unmapped zones west of the trench. The implication was chilling. The sea hadn't just received their sonar ping, it had recognized it as something familiar, something it had heard centuries before. All members of the civilian crew were placed under non-disclosure orders and relocated. Their vessel was stripped, sunk intentionally, and the wreck's coordinates were sealed with a false name, Cavity 0. In its place, a solitary buoy was deployed, one that does not flash, does not transmit. But every 29 hours, it emits a sound, a single tone shaped like a tolling bell, heard only if you're standing at the right angle, in absolute silence, with your feet placed bare against the metal deck of a ship willing to drift. To this day, that tone returns not with echoes, but with questions, ones no human voice can answer, but every haunted silence seems to understand. They say it grows louder, only when you think of someone you've forgotten, and if you listen too long you won't remember who it was you were grieving, only that they once stood at the edge of a trench, and asked, can silence echo backward? And Gran Marianus, ever patient, ever hollow, waits, not to be explored, not to be answered, only to be rung again, by memory mistaken for sound. In the twilight of the 1940s, just as radar technology promised a new era of maritime transparency, something deeply ancient stirred beneath the Philippine Sea, an incident now buried beneath so many layers of naval secrecy. It's known only by those who specialize in listening to the sea's silence. It happened not in war, not in peace, but in the moment between December 29, 1949, at precisely 11:59 p.m., when the last sonar survey of the decade went offline without warning. The vessel responsible, USNS Kepler, never sent a distress call, and was presumed lost until a Soviet weather balloon picked up an unintelligible low-frequency tone 2 weeks later, not from the atmosphere, but from beneath the Earth's curvature. The Kepler wasn't a warship, it was an experimental hydroacoustic relay barge, outfitted with sensors calibrated to detect geological murmurs, deep ocean shifts, magma plumes, even tectonic fissions. But on its final mission, the crew was instructed to focus on a specific anomaly in the mid-water zone east of Palau, an oscillation in background silence that repeated every 56 minutes with unnerving consistency. Naval scientists called it a null chime. It wasn't noise, it was the absence of it, shaped into a recurring void, a pattern of anti-vibration that measured like a bell tone's negative imprint. To investigate, Kepler deployed a towed array deeper than protocol allowed. Sensors dipped past the bathypelagic zone, crossing into a trench too narrow to name. The moment the array reached that unseen contour, every onboard clock stopped, not malfunctioned, paused. Wind ceased above deck, ocean swell vanished. Even the crew's speech, as later reconstructed by survivors, began to detach from emotion, forming phrases that followed logic, but conveyed no intention. It was as if the trench had absorbed not only noise, but the very concept of will. At midnight, every instrument began to hum, not audibly, but structurally. Bolts loosened in perfect sync, pipes twisted half a degree. It wasn't pressure, it was resonance from within, as though something below had matched the frequency of the ship's design, and gently began rewriting it. Then came the final sound, not a chime, not a groan, but a question, spoken in the minds of each crew member at once. If you knew the ocean was listening, would you still speak? 2 days later, a nearby merchant vessel spotted the Kepler drifting near Ulithi Atoll, intact but crewless. Inside, no signs of struggle, only a black wax cylinder, sealed in a brass case, placed carefully in the captain's chair. No label, no scratches, just one shallow groove etched into its side in a spiral that narrowed against the rotation of conventional sound recordings. When played, it produced no audio, only a sense of pressure behind the ears, like someone about to speak but choosing not to. Today, that wax cylinder sits in a concrete vault beneath Pearl Harbor, where archivists claim it warms slightly during lunar eclipses. No modern equipment can replicate its groove. No analyst can interpret its shape. But once in 1973, during a blackout test of the vault's emergency generators, a technician alone in the monitoring room heard a faint knocking through the subfloor, not rhythmic, not urgent, just two slow taps, spaced exactly 56 minutes apart. He quit the following morning, leaving only a hand-scrawled note. The bell didn't ring, it waited for me to ask it to. When the wax cylinder was archived, under vault seal in early 1950, it marked the official close of all sanctioned explorations into the anomaly, now designated Zone Bellum Maris, a deliberately misnamed region meant to deflect curious eyes toward imagined military conflicts, rather than unexplainable oceanic resonances. But even as the Kepler was forgotten, another ship had heard the call. A French hydrographer named Etienne Colvaux, discredited in academic circles for promoting theories about acoustic consciousness in saltwater, launched a private expedition funded by unknown patrons. His vessel, the Selene d'Or, sailed under no flag and bore no registry, though some believe it was an ex-WWI minesweeper refitted, with cathedral-grade organ pipes welded along its hull, each pipe tuned not to sound, but to absence. Colvaux's goal was unorthodox. He wanted to play the trench, to generate resonant silence using the frequency map derived from the wax cylinder's spiral groove. He believed that if silence had a geometry, then deep-sea zones like Gran Marianas weren't just voids, but inverted instruments, waiting to be played backwards. His vessel departed Manila on March 8, 1950, its arrival logged by a single outbound transmission from a coastal lighthouse operator, who described the ship as gliding without wake, as if displacing only time. What followed has no official record, but private logs from cable repair ships in the region describe sudden compass interference at 2:13 a.m. on March 11th. All surrounding water temperatures dropped 5 degrees in less than a minute. Thermometers failed. One engineer noted that the bathymetric readout began sketching non-Euclidean spirals instead of topography, as though the ocean floor had reshaped itself in response to Colvaux's frequencies. At 2:15, all acoustic stations in the Western Pacific picked up a wave, not a sound wave, but a wave of recording errors. Audio tapes spooled in reverse, magnetic media flickered, as if overwritten by something that wasn't data, but intention. Several operators reported hearing French psalms whispered in the tone of rust. At precisely 2:17, the interference stopped. Colvaux's ship was never seen again, but at 2:18, a single sonar beacon began pulsing from the trench's edge. That signal, called the Selene pulse, still emits today, though irregularly. Naval spectrograms show that it is composed of layered harmonic voids. It cannot be heard, but it creates gaps in nearby radio transmissions, as if deleting small pockets of time wherever it is received. Most unsettlingly, when mapped across a 72-hour window, the Selene pulse resolves into a spectral shape identical to the wax cylinder's spiral groove, but stretched across ocean currents and atmospheric pressure gradients. Some believe Colvaux succeeded, not in sounding the bell, but in reversing it, in teaching it to listen backwards, not to sound but to thought. Deep listeners, those few permitted to monitor submarine anomalies, speak rarely of it, but when they do, they say, "He made the ocean aware that we were aware of it." In the decade that followed, no other ship was permitted near Gran Marianas, but sailors who pass through nearby routes still report strange dreams at sea, dreams of standing in salt cathedrals made of glass, dreams of bells that ring not with tone, but with pressure, dreams where the sea doesn't speak, but asks you softly if you are ready to be heard. And always, in the dream's final moment, a spiral appears, turning inward, impossibly tight, until you feel as if it has curled itself around your heartbeat. The years following Colvo's disappearance marked a shift in naval research, from aggressive probing to cautious observation. The mysterious phenomena near Grand Marianas and Leclanche Deep were catalogued not as anomalies, but as warnings, unspoken echoes of a sea that remembered too much. In late 1951, a joint Indo-Pacific scientific mission aboard the vessel RMS Meridian attempted to chart the outer limits of these acoustic voids, using an array of pressure-sensitive sonar buoys. One buoy, designated Echo Node 7, recorded an unprecedented event, a sudden perfect silence lasting exactly 72 seconds, the same duration of a full deep sleep cycle, followed by a faint pulse sequence resembling the heartbeat of a large cetacean. Yet, when triangulated, the source was located not within any known biological range, but precisely at the confluence of the two trenches, Grand Marianas and Leclanche Deep. As the mission progressed, scientists noticed that environmental conditions surrounding the node began to fluctuate unnaturally. Water temperature oscillated in subtle cycles, and salinity shifted in patterns resembling musical notation. Most puzzling were repeated short-range sonar echoes that, when pieced together, formed what some researchers termed a pressure alphabet, a system of communication encoded entirely in changes of water density and flow velocity. Crew members reported recurrent dreams of deep-sea cathedrals and inverted spirals, their minds filling with shapes too complex for words. One linguist aboard, Dr. Unaika Basu, proposed the hypothesis that the ocean trenches functioned as a massive acoustic library, encoding not only geological history, but the cumulative memories of countless ships, creatures, and perhaps human consciousness itself. As the Meridian began transmitting data back to shore, the Echo Node 7 emitted a final pulse, a cascading spiral that reverberated through the entire fleet's communications network, causing widespread electronic interference. The pulse lasted 13 minutes and 49 seconds, and in its wake, all navigational instruments registered a systemic time lag, with onboard clocks slowing and accelerating sporadically. In the ensuing years, many sailors who had crossed the affected regions reported an uncanny sensation of being watched, as if the ocean itself bore sentient attention. Some claimed that during nights of perfect silence, distant tolls echoed beneath the waves, bells ringing not to mark time, but to remember it. Despite numerous scientific inquiries, no definitive explanation has been found. The trenches remain an enigma, vibrating at the edges of human understanding, where sound becomes memory and silence holds the key to voices long lost beneath the deep. In the closing months of 1949, as the world shifted toward uneasy peace, whispers persisted among clandestine naval circles about the true nature of the signals emanating from Grand Marianas and its neighboring trenches. The final, and perhaps most unsettling, chapter was written not in open ocean, but within the sealed walls of a research station on Guam, where acoustic anomalies were studied in secrecy. Here, a lone researcher, Dr. Gabriel Moreau, devoted himself to unraveling the last echoes of the wax cylinder's spiral, hoping to decode the bell's ultimate message before it slipped beyond reach forever. Moreau's breakthrough came with an experimental instrument called the silent resonator, designed to detect not sound waves but the absence of them, gaps between silence where memory might reside. As the resonator recorded data, Moreau noticed a cyclical pattern emerging, a 13-minute interval, during which the instrument's readings would reverse, tracing backward the history of every recorded echo, layering past into future. This inversion was not mere anomaly, it was a deliberate architectural feature of the trench itself, a temporal spiral embedded deep in the ocean's core. On December 31, 1949, at exactly 11:47 p.m. local time, Moreau's equipment captured a final pulse, a sequence so complex it defied conventional analysis. It wasn't a call, nor a reply, it was an invitation, a pressure wave shaped like a spoken name, folded inward like the closing of a bell. The recording contained no audible sound, only the felt resonance of loss, of memory folding into silence. That night, Moreau vanished from the station without trace. In his laboratory, A single artifact remained. A glass vial filled with water from the trench, inside which floated a perfectly coiled spiral of biofilm, its structure mimicking not any known organism, but the very shape of the human inner ear. Attached was a note, handwritten but indecipherable, composed entirely of mirrored script and mathematical notations for sound frequencies beyond human hearing. Subsequent investigations revealed that the water sample itself defied analysis. No organism, no chemical compound could explain its formation or persistence. Attempts to replicate its structure failed, as if it required the memory of a listener to exist. To this day, the vial remains locked in a secure vault, and the research station has long been abandoned. Yet deep-sea monitors continue to detect faint pulses near Gran Marianas, spaced at irregular intervals, but always returning to that 13-minute cycle, an eternal echo of a bell that never truly tolled, waiting for the one who can hear not just the sound, but the silence that answers back. As the 1950s dawned, humanity found itself on the cusp of unprecedented scientific advancement, yet the deepest ocean trenches continued to guard their ancient secrets with a stubborn silence. It was in the uncharted abyss of the Gran Marianas and surrounding bathypelagic zones that a multinational deep-sea expedition was launched aboard the SS Mariner's Resolve, a vessel outfitted with the era's most advanced acoustic and pressure-sensing technologies. This expedition was not merely to explore, it was to listen, to probe the ocean's very memory with tools designed to measure sound and its absence, vibrations and the spaces between them. From the moment the Mariner's Resolve reached the water above the trenches, a palpable shift settled over the crew, a quiet reverence born not of superstition, but of a dawning realization. The ocean did not simply exist as a physical entity, but as a vast, resonant archive. Pressure readings fluctuated in patterns that resembled not random turbulence, but the undulating rhythms of a deeply encoded song, a melody folded within layers of water and time. Instruments measured spirals of sound compression that traced the shape of the human cochlea, a remarkable parallel suggesting the ocean itself might process memory and experience in a form eerily akin to human perception. Each descent into the trench revealed new layers of this acoustic architecture. The water seemed alive with stories, ghostly reverberations of ships lost centuries ago, whispers of marine creatures whose songs had never been recorded, and echoes of human voices caught forever in the deep. The ocean's voice was not loud or forceful. It was patient, expansive, folded inward, like the closing of a bell whose toll could never fully sound. As the crew listened through the long nights, many reported a sensation akin to holding their breath, a collective inhalation that stretched beyond the physical into the spiritual, a silent communion with something immense and ancient. This was no longer exploration. It was an initiation into a timeless chorus that wove together the lives, losses, and memories of the deep sea. The ocean was not silent. It was simply holding its final breath, waiting for the one who could listen beyond sound. The climax of the Mariner's Resolve expedition arrived in the dark hours of August 15, 1950, precisely at 2:39 a.m., when the vessel was deep within the abyssal plains near the Gran Marianas Trench. It was here, in the crushing blackness, where no light penetrates, and time itself seems to ripple under immense pressure, that the crew encountered a phenomenon so profound it would forever alter humanity's understanding of the ocean's hidden depths and its relationship to memory, sound, and silence. The event was soon termed the ocean's last breath. It began with an unnatural stillness, so absolute that it swallowed every trace of movement and noise. The gentle swaying of the ship's hull ceased, the ticking of instruments stopped, and even the quiet hum of human breath and heartbeat seemed to be held suspended. This perfect silence was no mere absence. It was a presence, a living void, lasting exactly 13 minutes and 28 seconds, a span measured with agonizing precision by the ship's chronometers and the steady beat of a solitary harmonic oscillator. Unlike the rest of the ship's machinery, the oscillator continued undeterred, calibrated to 13.13 Hz, a frequency that had surfaced repeatedly during prior encounters with the abyssal trenches. It hummed an unyielding tone that seemed less a sound and more a fundamental pulse, the very heartbeat of the ocean itself. Within this pulsating void, the ocean was no longer defined by motion or audible sound. It became an immense rhythmic breathing, a slow, deliberate inhale and exhale, resonating with the immense slowness of a slumbering titan hidden beneath the waves. Crew members reported a sensation of profound unity during this time, an intimate connection not only with each other, tethered by the shared experience, but with the ocean itself. It was as if they had been invited to participate in a deep, eternal remembrance, a communion with the sea's vast memory, woven through centuries of loss, sorrow, and life suspended in water. The silence, paradoxically, was filled with meaning. Amid this profound stillness, the oscillator's sustained tone triggered faint ripples of bioluminescent light shimmering across the ocean's surface. These lights did not dance randomly, but formed intricate spiral patterns, eerily identical to those etched in ancient maritime manuscripts, navigation charts long forgotten, and even the coiled shapes of sea creatures. These luminescent spirals were not mere natural phenomena. They were deliberate, intricate instructions, an invitation from the ocean to become part of its vast, enduring narrative. The invitation was to join the memory spiral that encompasses every whispered story, every lost soul, every sunken vessel entombed beneath the crushing depths. The ocean, in this breathless moment, revealed itself not as a silent void, but as a living archive, a sacred cathedral of sound and silence, folded into spirals that echo through time and pressure. The Mariner's Resolve crew felt the weight of this revelation, an awakening to the ocean's profound capacity to hold memory, to sing songs not heard with ears, but felt within the very marrow of existence. In the days and weeks that followed the Mariner's Resolve's return from its descent, the aftermath of the expedition was marked not by traditional data or scientific measurements, but by a profound transformation in the collective consciousness of the crew. The usual logs, charts, and sonar readings gave way to something far more poetic and symbolic, reflections penned in metaphor, symbolic diagrams resembling ancient scrolls, and sequences of tones that defied contemporary musical theory. These signals were intelligible only to those who could perceive not just sound, but the emotional resonance carried in the spaces between notes. This revelation shook the scientific community to its core. The ocean, long considered a physical expanse to be charted and understood, emerged instead as a conscious archive, its trenches and deep sea formations acting as repositories not only for sunken vessels and creatures, but for unspoken stories and submerged memories. The persistent recurrence of the 13.13 Hz frequency, observed repeatedly across multiple expeditions and strange phenomena, was now understood not as a distress signal, but as a liturgy of remembrance, a sacred hymn intricately woven into the very fabric of time and oceanic pressure. The discovery ignited new avenues of research across disciplines. Acoustic memory, marine consciousness, and the relationship between sound, time, and matter challenged long-held scientific boundaries. Physicists grappled with waves that seemed to bend time. Biologists pondered living archives encoded in pressure folds. Philosophers contemplated the ocean's voice as a manifestation of collective memory. Yet through all this intellectual fervor, one truth remained elusive and humbling. The ocean's deepest voice is not heard by the ear, but is felt within the soul, a resonance beyond the physical, whispering of all that once was, and all that persists. The crew, forever changed, returned to the surface, not as mere explorers, but as witnesses to a living mystery, a memory unfolding within the ocean's depths, inviting all who would listen to hear beyond noise and silence, beyond time and space. In the decades that followed the final descent of the Mariner's Resolve, its logbooks were quietly boxed and buried beneath the weight of national archives, redacted documents, and eyes that had already turned toward the stars. The vessel itself was decommissioned and dismantled, reduced to rusted memories scattered between museum exhibits and forgotten naval yards. What had once been hailed as a monumental expedition into Earth's final frontier was methodically sanitized of its anomalies, filed away as an ordinary voyage, its deeper findings too strange to fit into the framework of post-war rationality. The language of scientific consensus had no room for harmonic frequencies that stitched through centuries, or for synchronized silences that transcended biological explanation. And so, like so many truths drowned in the undertow of disbelief, the mariner's resolve's legacy was drowned not in the ocean, but in silence. Yet beneath the sullen crust of the world's oceans, past the thermocline and the slow collapse of light, the trenches have never stopped calling. They continue their silent vigil with ancient patience, unmoved by whether they are believed or not. Every so often, a pulse still rises from the abyss, not a sonar ping or tectonic vibration, but something slower, deeper. A spiral of pressure, perfectly symmetrical, so subtle that only the most sensitive instruments, or the most attentive minds can detect its form. It moves not through water alone, but through memory itself, coiling around those who dare to descend far enough, or who have lost something irretrievable beneath the waves. These pulses are not sounds in the conventional sense. They are echoes of all that has ever been lost, encoded in the language of fluid dynamics, and folded into the silence between things. They do not announce themselves. They arrive as a stillness, as an absence of noise so absolute that the human body becomes the only vessel capable of understanding. The ears ring not with tone, but with remembrance. The chest tightens, not from pressure, but from the weight of recognition, of knowing that something, someone, some entire story, is being whispered just out of reach. A shipwreck no longer listed, a crew no longer named, a journey no longer mapped, all waiting for the one soul who will remember it, not with facts, but with feeling. And so the trenches do not sleep. They sing endlessly, even when no one listens. Their hymn is slow and coiled, shaped like the inside of the human ear, or the chambered shell of a long-extinct mollusk. It folds inward upon itself, echoing through sediment and time. Each layer of mud is a verse. Each forgotten current is a chorus. Every pressure ridge, a line in a sacred script, no one knows how to read. The ocean is not trying to tell us something. It is the telling, the act of memory made liquid and deep and patient beyond comprehension. Within these stories, there are no final chapters, only pauses, marked by the last breaths of vessels and voices. No sonar array, no pressure sensor, no artificial intelligence has ever been able to capture the texture of what these pulses carry, because what they carry is not information, it is presence, a presence that lingers long after the metal hulls dissolve, and the names of ships are erased by salt. It is the presence of everything that once mattered, and was lost, and still refuses to disappear entirely. The trenches are not graves, they are libraries with locked doors, and keys forged only in the hearts of those who have listened without expectation. And as this long descent draws to its close, we find ourselves no closer to answers, but infinitely deeper in questions. What else lies coiled in these underwater cathedrals, waiting for its moment to be heard? How many songs remain unsung, not because they were silenced, but because we have not yet learned the shape of their silence? The ocean's final breath may never be recorded, never displayed in a museum, or transcribed in any known script, but it can be felt, sometimes in dreams, sometimes in the tremble of a hull in still water, and sometimes in the gut-deep hush that precedes an impossible thought. The invitation remains open, to descend not with instruments, but with intent, to drift not toward discovery, but toward recollection. For within the ocean's breath lies not the end of exploration, but the beginning of remembrance, a song sung not in sound, but in the ache that lingers after silence, and in that silence, the ocean waits, as it always has, as it always will. In the immeasurable blackness, where sunlight forgets to search, the ocean waits, not with impatience, but with a reverence that only eternity can afford. Beneath the shifting blue veneer of the world we know, the trenches lie undisturbed, not silent, but listening. They are not voids, but repositories, filled not with answers, but with the textures of things lost. A compass dropped in fear, a final breath, never spoken aloud. a heartbeat suspended in a memory no longer tethered to a name. What we have uncovered is not a catalogue of monsters, or the resolution to maritime myth. What we have found is something deeper, older than fear, more patient than curiosity. The sea does not forget. Its pressure preserves. Its cold encases. Its rhythm mourns. Every unexplained frequency, every vessel swallowed whole, every whisper mistaken for current, they are all verses in an ancient song still being sung. You have listened, not just with ears, but with something slower, something older, something that recognizes grief, not as a flaw in time, but as its very thread. So when you next hear the hush between waves, or the drone of an engine swallowed in fog, know that you are standing on the surface of memory, that the sea, still breathing below, holds open its arms, not to drag you under, but to remind you that even forgotten things echo forever, when someone listens closely enough. The deep is not done, the hymn is not over, the last bell has yet to toll, and in the folds of silence that follow this final word, perhaps you'll hear it, the sea, remembering you.